Committee. Welcome all councillors, welcome to everyone in the gallery, which of course are board members and others as well, and welcome to the press. So to start with, we have no public forum, so moving on to apologies. We have an apology from Councillor Wiley for lateness and an apology from Mayor Raddick, who is in Wellington meeting with the Minister of Health. So there's no other apologies. I'll move that they be accepted. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, and that's carried. Thank you. Confirmation of agenda. I move that the committee confirms the agenda without any addition. Seconded. Thank you, Councillor Lefiso. Any discussion on that? If not, I'll put it. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, and that's carried. Thank you. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as elected representative or any private or other external interests they may have. Are there any changes or updates to this register? Doesn't appear to be, so I will move that the committee notes the elected members' interest register as attached, attachment A, and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Seconded, Councillor Fiso. Any discussion? Not, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, and that's carried. Thank you. Confirmation of minutes. Does anybody have any questions in relation to the minutes of the last Civic Affairs meeting? If not, I will move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Civic Affairs Committee meeting.
Sorry, hold on. Wait a second. Is this the one that the community boards come and speak to?
Yes.
Top of page 19, Paul Ware, Chair of West Harbour. That should say Saddle Hill. Sorry. That's all.
Got that? Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. So I will move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Civic Affairs Committee meeting held on the 6th of August 2024 as a correct record with that little alteration. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. Any discussion? Thank you. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 6, actions from resolutions of Civic Affairs Committee meetings. Do we have any questions? No. If that's the case, I will move that the committee notes the open and completed actions from the resolutions of the Civic Affairs Committee meetings shown in attachment A. Seconded, Councillor Lefiso. Any discussion? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 7, Civic Affairs Committee Forward Work Programme. Mr. West, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Nope. I'm happy to answer questions if required.
Questions? Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 26, review of standing orders, review of code of conduct. I note that in terms of a date, it describes it as likely to be later in 2024. I just wonder if we can be more specific than that. I think there's a level of frustration around the delay in reviewing both of these. They've been on our radar for several years now, in fact, I think probably 4. And it would be good to have something concrete. I do know staff are under the pump, but could we get a little bit more clarity on that?
Thank you, Councillor. We are doing our best to try and fit it into a very busy schedule between now and Christmas, so we'll continue to work on that and hopefully we'll make some progress on it very soon.
Thank you, Mr. West, and I do understand it's busy. I think I'm signalling that it's a high priority for elected members.
Councillor Walker. Councillor Gilbert.
Same issue, but a question. Is there any progress that we, as the elected members, can make first removing some of the pressure from staff and then kind of bring it back?
No, I think we're looking at holding an initial workshop for a couple of them, so we're just trying to timeline that in. So, as I say, Councillor, we're doing our best to try and fit it into a bit of a packed, meeting agendas before Christmas.
Councillor O'Malley.
It is the same question, and I'll go back just to the history of it, which was I asked at the end of the first triennium not to adopt standing orders at the start of the next triennium until the council laws understood what they were doing. And given it's our document, I actually would ask that we could actually have a workshop where we just go through the standing orders and identify any parts of it that we want changed.
As in just this?
Well, staff there to support us, but it's effectively our document. It's how we treat each other and or how we act in the room. We've never given instructions of what we wanted to do in terms of how it was done, but I think it's probably more easily done if the councillors do it with the assistance of staff rather than asking staff to go through the orders and trying to figure out what we'd like changed. So could we have a workshop where we do that?
Yes, we can certainly do that, but again, it's trying to find a date, and we'll certainly work with you all to try and get that into the diaries as soon as possible.
We just probably need a GSO.
Okay, well, as I say, I can't answer it right now, Councillor, so we'll work on it.
Thank you very much.
If I may, a large number of the standing orders also come directly from legislation, so there is a large number which are already noted in your standing orders with that you cannot change, but there are some obviously that you can.
I'm sure that with your expertise you can make sure we don't make any mistakes.
Councillor Lucas, did you have a question?
I just had a suggestion, because I'm listening to Councillor O'Malley, it was primarily for councillors and perhaps Sullivan, assistants. We had a workshop planned for Monday the 7th of October that's been cancelled, and we've probably all got that date free in our diaries. Maybe that could be a possibility. I'm just trying to be helpful.
Any other questions? Councillor Vandervis.
On the same issue, it's been suggested that we would only need a GSO to re-look at standing orders in the Code of Conduct. If you consider that there are far-reaching legal, not just requirements, but consequences from changing standing orders, which I agree need to be changed, the idea that councillors can get together without having legal advice available and make suggestions on the fly, as I believe happened on 31st of August when I wasn't here, and have those suggestions be found to be just legally not sound, and all the costs that go with that. To me, that is a very unwise path to go down. Standing orders does need to be updated, but it needs to have considerable legal input, in my view, and it needs to be...
Are we in question time or speech time, Mr Chair?
This is actually question time.
Okay. My apologies, I hadn't realised it was question time. I will shut it.
You can speak once it's moved and seconded. Any other questions? Okay, if that's the case, I will move that the committee notes the Civic Affairs Committee Forward Work Programme as shown in attachment A. Would you like to second it, Councillor Vandervis?
Yes, thank you.
Seconded, Councillor Vandervis. Any speakers? So have you decided not to speak to it now?
I think I had a fair crack, and I hope my point was made.
Any other speakers? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 8, Community Board Forum. So we have 2 community boards coming to speak to us today, and first I'd like to invite Andrew Sims and Dean McAwee, Chair and Deputy Chair of the Mosgiel Tara Community Board, to come and speak to us. Welcome, gentlemen. So as you'll be aware, there's a 10-minute window there for you to present to us, and then that'll be followed by questions. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Deputy Chair, Councillor.
You'll need to flick that microphone on.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair, councillors, staff. Thanks for your interest in the work of the Ofero Taiari Poari Hapori, the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board. Transport issues remain our number one priority. We continue with our safety concerns, particularly for children and elderly, caused by heavy traffic on Gordon Road. The congestion caused by traffic getting in and out of Mosgiel, which is creating considerable danger. The drivers of heavy and light vehicles creating informal bypasses using residential roads, and inappropriately high speed limits remain across the Taieri. Worried about the loss of social and economic amenity due to the heavy traffic on Gordon Road, and also the regional development of not just Dunedin but the whole of Otago, which is being hindered by the separation of the Dukes Road industrial area, including the identified location for an inland freight hub from State Highway 1. The Taieri remains a high growth area for residential aged care and industrial purposes, and the future development strategy anticipates that this growth will continue to accelerate. So we've got 22,000 people on the Taieri now. The FDS estimates that will rise to 30,000 in the next 10 years. The Mosgiel Taieri Community Board has advocated that every opportunity to the DCC, the Regional Land Transport Committee, Future Development Strategy, and no one disagrees that there is a major problem that needs solving, and it's a major problem that can be turned into a major opportunity for Dunedin. I'd like to pass on to Dean for the next two slides.
Thanks, Andrew. Good morning, councillors and council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of the residents from the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board area. A brief update on our priorities from our community plan. Priority 3, walkways, cycleways to and across the Taieri. Progress continues toward achieving a shared trail connecting the Mosgiel to Outram communities with the now confirmed 13-kilometre route at an estimated build cost of $3.4 million. This would not have been possible without the consent of affected landowners. WSP, a leading global engineering and consultancy firm, has been engaged to undertake the preliminary design phase for a clip-on bridge to be constructed on the downstream side of the existing Outram Bridge. This substantial piece of infrastructure is crucial to the success of Stage 1 of the Taieri Trail, but also, once completed, will alleviate a long-standing safety concern for what is a dangerous section of road, which NZTA and the DCC are well aware of. Funding by way of a grant from the Dunedin Casino Charitable Trust, in addition to community fundraising efforts such as February's Round the Mountain event, have enabled this preliminary work to be undertaken. To note, we appreciate the ongoing support by the ORC through consultation and the inclusion in their annual plan process. What we require from the DCC is to have the clip-on bridge included in a forward work plan to allow for NZTA funding through the Regional Land Transport Plan, and also in covering costs in relation to easement and consenting, as has been previously done for the Coastal Connection Trail. The Outram Historical Loop Track. Once again, this 2.5k walking trail around the historical park will be fully funded by the local community. $50,000 has been raised for this project by various community groups. Once again, all we ask DCC for is assistance with the easement process to forward this project. To note, we have been in contact with Scott McLean and he is now assisting us to work through this process. The Tunnels Trail. The Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust, working with the community, believes that Stage 1 of the Tunnel Trail from Wingatui to Green Island can be completed well within the funding already allocated in this year's budget by the DCC. The Trust needs a carefully framed grant funding model to access the money to get this part of the trail built. There is strong interest from major local contractors towards assisting to get this section of the trail built. There is also urgency around DCC negotiated landowner consents and funding to lock down pro bono offers from contractors. Priority 4, Community Plan, Pedestrians and Road Safety. It has been brought to the Board's attention that some of our existing infrastructure, namely laneway bollards, are causing issues for what appears to be now a large number of our community. We assume the purpose of these bollards is to slow cyclists down to the point they have to dismount to use these lanes. The point being, these laneways are not accessible for mobility scooters. We urge the Council to re-evaluate the use, design of these bollards to now cater for what is now a large majority of our community. We also seek clarification in what essentially is left over from the Safer Schools project from 2022. This temporary crossing on Factory Road, which was supposed to be removed in December 22, is still in place, as you can see by this photo. It remains unused, and the function of this crossing causes confusion for all concerned. The Board has been promised this will be removed, but to date we are still waiting. Once again, we thank you for your consideration of the issues raised by our community.
Thanks, Dean. I'd like to add my thanks to the DCC and staff for their efforts on behalf of our Hapori. The commencement of the facilities upgrade at Outram Glen has started, and that's been a high priority for the Board for 20 years. It's scheduled to be completed before the summer of 2024. The opening of the Seddon Park BMX and pump track during the October school holidays, that's fantastic. The improvements to the stormwater infrastructure, and in particular the increased attention to mud tank maintenance, has really paid off. So we've had some fairly big heavy rains, and it just has not been an issue for us on the in Mosgiel. We're looking forward to participating in the final design for the Memorial Park Destination Playground, and also participating in the Mosgiel Reserve Management Plan, which we believe is due later this year. The Otago Regional Council have commenced clearing the Silver Stream, with work scheduled to commence on restoring and maintaining the channel capacity over the next few years. Advocacy for flood protection on the Taieri is ongoing work for us, and it's not work that we would expect to go away. Just the last part of our slide, I guess, is a bit of a plug for all community boards. In 2024, community boards have had only 5 scheduled meetings, with up to 11 weeks between meetings. That's resulted in threats and opportunities emerging and being dealt with by phone calls and emails, which is leading to poor governance practices, increased workload on the chair and the deputy chair, and some board members feeling disengaged on some issues. Community boards are given just 5 minutes to present at an annual plan submission. 5 minutes for us to sum up an entire year's advocacy for a community of 22,000 people. At the last annual plan, at the 2024 annual plan, there were 4 questions still queued by councillors that were never asked of the community board. Community boards are given the same time as members of the public who are speaking to just one issue. Next year we've got the 9-year plan coming up. We would sincerely hope that we were going to get more than 5 minutes to present 9 years worth of advocacy on behalf of our community. The community board funding is a fraction of that handed to place-based organisations. Hei hara takatoa, e ti toa takatahi, hei toa takatini. My strength is not as an individual, but as a collective. I'd just like to finally close our presentation by recognising the man sitting to my left, Dean McElwee. Dean has faced significant personal challenges, but his continued hours of work for the community have gone unwavered. Dean is known by everybody on the Taieri, but more importantly, he's liked by everybody on the Taieri. And that's an invaluable asset for our community board that we make use of. And I'd just like to really thank Dean for his ongoing work. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Questions? Councillor Vandervis.
Regarding the 5-minute and 10-minute speaking limit, my understanding was that if you were representing a group, that you would get a 10-minute speaking slot. That's been the case for forums, I understand it. Can that not also be the case here?
I don't know, Councillor, but certainly I've listened to what the community board have said this morning. We'll take that back and have that conversation as part of planning for the 9-year plan hearings next year.
Is it the case, as I understand it, that if you are representing a group and you're speaking to the forum, that you actually get 10 minutes rather than 5?
Looking at our GSO who's saying no, but I don't know the answer to that one. I'm certainly willing to look into it.
Councillor, it did used to be the case, but over the last few years, with a number of submissions and a very tight time frame for hearing, the submissions, that we haven't always been able to manage that, but we'll certainly look at it in light of the 9-year plan next year.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, gentlemen. I have a couple of questions just around the trails, and these will be for you, Dean. What's the issues around the trail access onto and across the Tairi Historic Park?
Yeah, thank you. Basically, we just want access or an easement issue relating to going through DCC land. The historical park who lease the property from DCC are happy for us to build a walking trail through that property and are part of the committee. We just want some legal advice moving forward under construction issues and long-term sort of use.
So there was mention in the presentation that you were talking to a staff member. Was it about that, or did you need more support from us to make that happen?
Well, I have been dealing with Scott McLean, who's been following it up. We just want to pursue it and make sure it happens because we've summers coming very shortly and we want to get some progress on that track.
My next question is just around what you mentioned, some things that we've got in our budget, and I just wondered what else you need from the DCC towards getting the Tairi Trail shed path Mosgiel to Outram underway.
The DCC haven't got a lot to really contribute, but the main thing is to get the bridge onto that regional land transport plan and assistance with the consenting and resource consent issues as far as cost goes. There is some issues regarding some trees or tree roots along the Silverstream walkway bank in relation to the rugby club. These possibly may fall under the Mosgiel Recreation Area Management Plan because that's part of that trail. They are a safety concern, which Council has known about previously, so we'd like to get that tidied up as well.
So have you asked for that through the community board, or how does that work?
Yes, we have asked through that from the community board probably over the last 3 to 4 years. Yeah, but still waiting on some confirmation.
Councillor Mayhem.
Following on about walking and cycling, are you aware this afternoon in the Infrastructure Services Committee we will be approving the total funding budget for the National Land Transport Plan, and in that plan of the $19 million we've requested for operations and renewals for cycling, we've only been given 24%, which is 4.3 million, and that is for the 24 to 2027 funding for cycling and walking.
Thanks, Benny, for the question. Yeah, we're aware of the challenges that the council face in having to sort of pick up, I guess, on the various cycle trails and walking trails throughout Dunedin. I think the very important point with the Tunnel Trail, and we know that the DCC have been working closely with the Tunnel Trail Trust because they have significantly pared back the standard of that trail into perhaps more of a hard-packed gravel trail. They firmly believe that they can build that trail from Mosgiel to Green Island within the budget that's been allocated within the DCC share of that's been allocated in this year's budget, and that's that's using contractors who are prepared to work pro bono, really pulling everything together to just get the tunnel open and get the trail open and get moving. But we're fully aware of the challenges that we now face.
Through the chair, one more thing. So you said something about 3.3 million in your costings. Was that for the clip-on bridge? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Yeah, 3.4. That is with the costing of a clip-on, which I believe was valued at costed at 1.2. So, yeah, that funding from NZTA is where we're really headed for that.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for coming in, guys. And Dean, that's quite an achievement, being loved by everyone. My first question was going to be a generic question to both of you, just about asking, because Andrew, you talked about transport, and then Dean, cycling. Just your thoughts generically in the context of the recent NLTP funding announcement. But I think Mandy's covered that off, so I'll go on to the Tunnels Trail, and I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, the 1.8 million that sits there allocated for the Tunnels Trail has, and you might not be able to answer this, but please try, has the Trust made an approach to Council in terms of trying to get that unlocked? And if they have, do you know what they've specifically asked for? Is it they asked for a grant, or they asked for do either of you know?
Thanks, Steve. Great question. Yes, the Tunnels Trail Trust are working closely with staff of DCC to work out the best way to access that money, because they firmly believe, and I've seen the work they've done, they've engaged with Hamish Seaton, they've engaged with local contractors, and they've fully engaged with the DCC and actually working out how we can get that done. So I think everybody wants it to work, and I think everybody believes that we can get from Wingatui to Green Island well within that $1.8 million. That's not just a number that's been plucked out of the sky or a promise that's being made. The costings have been done. It won't be to NZTA standard sealed lit music playing. It'll be a trail, but it'll be a trail that's certainly be in big use both commuting and recreationally.
Thank you. So another question, and the music that plays on the shared path is really annoying. So just a yes or no to this. You're cognizant of a conversation that's going on with the Trust, with our staff, related to releasing that money? Just yes, yes, no.
Yes.
Okay. So this doesn't need to be answered now. So it's a generic question through the chair to our staff, just for us to get maybe just a bit of feedback around where that sits and the methodology by how that would happen, particularly around, do we have policies in place to allow that to happen? So that doesn't need to be answered now, but
I'll just say yes, it's noted, and I'll feed back to Mr. McLean. Yeah.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and morena, gentlemen. I want to go talk about mud tanks. A sentence I never thought I'd ever say. Your comment, I think it was you, Andrew, who mentioned about the mud tanks being a regular focus, and that's meant that the rainfall that we have had recently, which has not been insubstantial, has resulted in no real issues. So my questions are, when you're saying no issues, is it like literally none of the surface flooding that we have received? Number two, actually I've got three questions. Number two is, does the regularity of the inspection or the maintenance of mud tanks have to continue for that to be the case, or have we now dropped to a level and we only need to go back every couple of years to check it, if you know the answer to that one? And number three, if it was as simple as that to fix or to alleviate the flooding that goes on out there, has that been something that's been considered in the past? And because I'm trying to figure out why, if it was that simple, why it wasn't just done.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Great question. A combination of things. So the board was incredibly impressed when we asked for a schedule of mud tank cleaning. We were presented with a full schedule showing every mud tank on the Taueri and when it was last inspected and when it was last cleaned, and there was an incredible result. We were able to put that in front of the board and the community to show what was done. But at the same time, pumps have been upgraded, pipes have been enlarged, there's been a whole body of work done. Look, it's a bit anecdotal, only just from my experience of living on the Taueri, but we've had rain this year that would have caused problems in Gordon Road in the past that hasn't caused any problems now. So when we've had perhaps 40 mil of rain, which we had 2 or 3 weeks ago, 40 mil of rain would have been enough to flood Joy's Fish and Chip Shop a few years ago. This year caused no problem whatsoever. So we just wanted to note that the work that's been done appears to have really paid dividends. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Morena, gentlemen. Just a question. You had a photograph up there of the Outram Glen toilets, but I don't think you mentioned them. Any comments about the response to that project being undertaken and completed?
Yes, the community absolutely thrilled with that, and we did, thank the DCC for that work. So at this stage, the toilets are opened. The barbecue and sort of picnic area is still under construction, and then the car park and the improvements to the road and the car park will follow from there. So yeah, no, everybody's thrilled, and I think it's a massive improvement over the long drop that we had previously.
And what difference is it going to make in the summer season, do you think?
Outram Glen's incredibly popular for both people from the Tyree and also from Dunedin, and I think the upgrade will certainly encourage a lot more people to use it, and also the access to the walking track through to Deep Stream and beyond from there as well. So yeah, I think it's a really important recreational part of our area.
Excellent, keep up the great work.
I just note we've finished question time-wise, but we've still got 3 questions, so we'll take them. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. I was just going to say, around your meetings, as chair, you have the ability to sort of, manage those. So I don't know if you're aware of that. I just sort of raised it.
We were completely unaware of that. We did actually, contrary to what the DCC reported in the ODT, we did actually ask the question at the beginning of the year why there were so few meetings, and we were told because it was an annual plan year, the staff were busy and were only had time to support those meetings. I think had we known that we did have the ability to schedule our own meetings, we probably would have done that. But I think there's the gaps between the meetings are causing real issues, and honestly, that can't be allowed to happen again if governance is paramount.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your presentation. I want to get back to State Highway 87 and Whakatahi. You're quite right in terms of getting things on the Regional Land Transport Plan. But are you aware then that once we put it on the plan, it then gets graded by Whakatahi itself? And are you aware that even George Street 4 years ago got graded below the funding line at one point? And I guess the reason it's hard to give a speech when you're asking questions, but it's the expectation of the heavy traffic bypass and where we are in Minister Brown's eyes at the moment, because there is no roads of regional significance below Ashburton. And there's only, I think, 2 roads of national significance in the South Island, and one's in Nelson, one's in Christchurch. So are you aware of the fact that while we are advocating it, it doesn't look like there's a very receptive audience on the other end of the advocacy?
Yeah, I think it's a bit like the cycle trial thing, isn't it? We understand the pressures and the competitive pressures that we're under. However, and it's probably something that we need to talk about between now and then, but we're also aware of the Regional Growth Summit that's coming up on October the 4th, and the contestable fund there of $1.4 billion to encourage growth in the regions. So I think Minister Jones is going to attend that meeting and appears to have his hands on that particular purse. When you read the criteria for that contestable $1.4 billion fund, a heavy transport bypass for Mosgiel to support an inland freight hub being established in North Tyree would almost seem to fit perfectly within what they're saying they want. And the board wonders whether that is an angle that the council could pick up on and really advocate for to try and get that included in there. Minister Jones has said he wants ideas from the Otago community on how we could increase our exports by 100%. The problem with that is those exports got to go out through the port, and the infrastructure required to do that is being planned. There's $200 million being planned to be spent at North Tyree, an inland freight hub. When you look at the criteria for that contestable fund, the infrastructure around supporting that freight hub, which would include a much better way from State Highway 1 across to that area, would seem to fit perfectly within it. It's funded partially privately, partially by the government. to me, it looks like a prime opportunity, and I don't think we want to miss that.
Are you aware that the rail upgrades aren't there either, though? So even if we do the road upgrades, there's no, despite Mr. Dine's statement, there's no evidence that you can actually operate without major rail upgrades as well, in terms of ability to get from there to the port and back by train.
I can't speak for Mr. Dines, but he doesn't come across to me as a stupid person, and I can't imagine somebody investing that amount of money in the logistics operation that they're intending to set up without covering all aspects.
Unless they're not planning on using trains at the end, because at the moment there is no rail system to be able to support that inland port. Are you aware of that?
I am aware that they're most certainly intending to use trains. So they're intending to work with Port Otago to on a just-in-time system to freight, to put boxes on trains and freight them through to Port Chalmers the day before a ship arrives.
Thanks.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Firstly, just in answer to Councillor Walker's question about the Tunnels Trail Trust, that staff are right in the middle of discussions with the Tunnels Trail Trust about working together and how best to spend that money. So they're literally in the middle of discussions. And so in time, Mr McLean, I'm sure, will update us about where that's at. And just thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. And I would just like to reiterate Andrew's comments about Dean's contribution to the community and how it's been very much appreciated every year, but particularly this year. And I think it's very fitting that that be recognised. So thank you, Andrew, for recognising that. And also, are you aware that that regional, Minister Jones's regional fund is not grants, but they're loans only? My understanding that 1.4 billion is to be by loan.
Okay, I didn't read that part. But even so, I think there is, this is a contestable fund for all of the regions outside Auckland, Wellington and Christchurch throughout New Zealand. We'd want to be sticking our hand up as far as we could, would have thought, to tap into that.
Yes, I was at a meeting this morning and I was informed it was by loan, which I didn't know either. Thank you.
We're out of time, sorry. Thank you, gentlemen. Andrew, Dean, very succinct and very informative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll take the fact that we got some overtime here as a win, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, now moving on to Otago Peninsula Community Board. I'd like to invite Paul Pope. Joining him is Hawani Langsbury.
Probably where are we? Civic Affairs Community? Yeah, that's the one. Probably would just start by making comment about Andrew's around the annual plan LTP process, which, yeah, as I say, 5 minutes is a fairly short space of time in which to present information about your community, which are often quite complex and often issues that have gone on for quite a fairly long period of time. And I wondered whether actually, given the fact that you have so many submissions, that 10 minutes is fine, but I actually wonder whether it would actually be more useful for council to actually workshop with boards to give them in the same way that we are here today, and in a more informal opportunity to explain some of the details around the board's priorities and some of their wishes and things that they want to achieve in their communities. Because often I think in the short time spans that we're often given, that the detail of some of those things and some of the motivations behind the community are not given through that very particularly well from that perspective. Our presentation is going to be relatively brief, which you're probably all breathing a sigh of relief over after Mosgill's, but then theirs was very comprehensive. And really what we're going to focus on is our 5 main priorities within our community plan. Like all boards, transport is a major part of it, but for us, our major issue at the moment remains, and probably one of our number 1 priorities, is the completion of the Peninsula Connection project. We have 3 major parts to that need to be finished. Otago Harrington Point, which is the bottom photo, you can see the failure of the road. And that is continuing right through storm periods that we have. In fact, there are times when actually that road is actually inundated with the sea. Similarly, with the Portobello school section, where you can see the logging truck coming through from there, although staff have met with the school recently and are working towards some options for that as well. And then the bottom section, which is actually just a cut from the Google map, which is basically the inland section of road between Harwood and Otako Corner. And that is also another part of it which would complete the project from that perspective. All 3 areas are actually relatively simple and in fact relatively small in comparison to the rest of the larger parts of the project that we've seen around McAndrew Bay and between the city and also Broad Bay and Portobello. But all 3 have higher rates, I think, of urgency around safety, and particularly the Otago Harrington Point section and Portobello School. Because we have bottlenecks in both of those areas now that really do impact on the safety of visitors, but also on the safety of our community at all times. But particularly the Otago section in relation to predictions around sea level rise and climate change, where we may see a situation where that road is inundated completely. And I know my colleague here, I'm sure he's a very capable boat skipper, but I'm not sure he wants to make the commute every day by boat all that way. And there is a real fear, I think, that that road will fail from that perspective. So, like I say, for us, the completion of the connection project still remains one of our top priorities, if not our top priority for the community, but for also connecting the city as a whole as well. One of the things that also we face on the peninsula, and this has come out through the council's future development strategy, has been the need for reticulated water and sewerage. Once you get to Portobello, after that you're on tank water and you're on septic tank. And it is part and parcel of living in the Otago Harrington Point area. You can see the photo on the bottom. It's a beautiful place, but you are completely reliant on collecting rainwater or having water delivered. And that is a real impediment to improvements to housing and housing development in that particular area, but also for the health and welfare of the people. And I think, Hawani, you probably know more about this living in that area than I do. Perhaps you'd like to comment on that.
Thanks, Paul. I would have figured that out eventually. From the point of view of the reticulation of effluent or sewage out of the community, it's a resilience or a climate change issue with the potential for increase in sea level rise. We'll find that the water table increases, and all those current field tiles and septic tanks that are serving many of the now permanent residents between Harrington Point and Harwood will I guess have to drive to Portobello to use the toilet, which would be impediment, I think, to maintaining the social well-being of our community. I am being a bit facetious, but really that's where the pipe finishes. And if we are looking at completing the shared pathway, the opportunity to put those pipes in the ground while that road work is going on is the time to do it. So I think it sits in the RDS for the 1 to 3 years and it would be good to see the council continue to support that.
We've already seen, I mean, if you look at Harwood is already in the low-lying area part of the district plan and within civil defence, and we've already seen, I think, in the floods 2015, 2017, areas, houses that were inundated with water where septic tanks actually spewed out into the harbour from that perspective, and that is not a desirable thing given the fact for human health, but also from the point of view of wildlife and biodiversity. And I guess that raises our third issue within our priorities, which is around climate change resilience. And the photo there of Sue Pierre and her husband draining out the, I think it's one of the rooms at the McAndrew Bay School after, I think, 2015, 2017 floods, is kind of a real reminder that, as I say, as we face climate change, sea level rise, and also significant changes in weather patterns, we are going to see increased storms and rain during this period. And you can see Tidewater Drive in the middle bottom section there in a westerly with a high tide basically is completely inundated. Similarly for the photo on the far right, any type of high tide westerly event, that area of Harwood, because of its low-lying nature, is actually almost underwater. And similarly with the Back Bay's Hooper's Inlet, high tide combined with heavy rainfall events means that there are significant flooding. And that really raises the issue for us around infrastructure for those particular areas and infrastructure across the peninsula around drainage and wastewater management is an important part of what we feel we should be looking at over the course of the next 10 or 25 years. I guess we get now to more of a nuts and bolts kind of an issue, to be fair. And McAndrew Bay Beach has become an ever increasingly popular area of the city. Huge numbers of people visit this site in the summer. And it has become, as I say, a real mecca for, particularly for young families. And however, we still face the old chestnut of the public toilets across the road, and you can see that on the right-hand picture. It's quite a difficult crossing point from that point of view. This beach, due to its popularity, I know we went through the LTP a few years ago around priorities for toilets, and that's something that gets bandied around council generally a number of years, but this beach needs a standalone toilet actually built within the reserve itself. To actually service the numbers of people, but also to make it safe for visitors and for families who are actually on the site. It is just not acceptable now, even with the road traffic work that you've done, slowing traffic with judabars in that area, to have young families running across or trying to get across the road. There is no pedestrian crossing here, and there doesn't seem to be an opportunity to have a pedestrian crossing due to a variety of reasons. It seems to me that with such a popular area, and to the board, that, as I say, that we actually need to have a standalone toilet for this area. We've tried various upgrades to the hall toilets, but it's still looking very much like the 1980s in there. And the last of our 5 priorities, the Tomahawk, the old school site. This project, this area has been bandied about for quite some time. The aerial photo on the right-hand side is the original showing the old school facility to the right in the circular sort of bed there. And after it had been abandoned, the council purchased this property as part of a coastal protection zone, which you can see up towards the beach area. And then we went through the whole consultative process with the community about the use of the building, which was eventually demolished along with the old school pool. This community have been to you this year for the first time in the annual plan process, and probably for the first time after a number of years have actually shown that they are actually united as to what they actually want for this particular area. And I think they've been patient. They've been extremely patient. And I think time now for this to actually to happen in this area. You can see, as I say, Ocean Heights. I think there's something like 70 new sections, 70 new houses going to be built in that particular area. And subdivision continues to add to the popularity of the Tomahawk community. And it's time, as I say, for this area to be redeveloped. And like I say, it's been well supported by the community. Staff have done some initial work around a design. And again, after a number of false starts, we actually have consensus within the community about what is actually required here. So we really need the council to get behind this in the longer term plan process, so that this can actually be realised and something can actually happen for this particular community. We've gone through all the dramas of losing the school, and the community mourned the loss of the school like any community would. But as I say, now is the time for action and to start putting the spade in the ground. And that, for us, as I say, is what we have looked at as being our 5 top priorities for our community. We have a lot of other things that we would love to see, but I think I've only got a short space of time. So thanks for the time, councillors, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Paul. Hawani. And just for the record, you did take longer than Mosgiel Torre. Okay, questions. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Tidewater Drive, I recall submissions from residents, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years ago, about the urgency of that work. There was some work done, I assume.
Very minor. There was some sort of, without sounding facetious, it was more like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It was just rearranging some of the stones on the area, and what was actually said by staff was that they would, bit by bit, add more stone to the area, but that's only happened a couple of times. It really needs a more permanent kind of solution, and it needs to be also constructed properly with filter cloth and the way that any good stone wall is built these days in coastal areas.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, gentlemen. I just want to ask a question about the Tomahawk Old School site and just clarify the ownership of it. Is it the council that owns that site now?
Yep, so the school was sold, it was offered to Ngaitahu, but it was purchased under delegation by the former chief executive with a view to using that site for coastal protection. The area immediately around up to the back of the dunes, and the flat site was sort of left from that point.
So it hasn't, I'm just thinking of it whether it's covered by our reserves management plan or does it have its own special plan? Is that what you're asking for?
Well, what we're asking for is originally what was told to the community when the school was demolished. The school was left for many years, probably about 5 or 6 years, and eventually it was discovered that the building was falling down, and so we went through a process with staff seeing if we could resurrect the building for another use, but eventually it was really found that the building was too far gone, and developers and others didn't, and community groups didn't want to spend the kind of money that was required. I mean, the whole building needed a new roof just to start. And so the building was then decided to demolish it. And the idea was that the land itself, that the building in the old pool would sit fallow for a year to settle. And then from there would be a plan put together for landscaping and development of the site. I think, to be fair to staff, COVID did interrupt in that process. But last year we had Peter Christos present some proposals. As I say, it needs to be funded, and it's not. And as I say, after a few false starts, this is a community that had been quite cynical about its relationship with council over a number of issues. But we finally have a united community looking at what they actually want and knowing what they actually want for that particular area, which is not actually massive in comparison to what I've seen in other areas.
So, Councillor Seems like we're fighting over the button. The short answer to your question, I think it sits under the Coastal Dune Management Plan as opposed to anywhere else.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, gentlemen, and very clear priorities. First question to you, Paul. I'm assuming the community will once again, and I know they've come back many times with a clear, united indication of the Peninsula Connection work that you have advocated for today.
I guarantee that there'll be a continuation of that. I certainly know within the Harrington Point community and the Runaka that it is a priority for them to have that completed because of the urgency around connection to that area. The school community in itself and Portobello community also see the advantage, and the Harwood community see the advantage of the Portobello section, because it would mean that children from Harwood School could actually cycle to school. And it's a bottleneck for visitors as well. And I know staff are working around some alterations to design around that, which is positive. But certainly, I know the community are still wanting to see this over the line.
Thank you. Our second question is around reticulation. And you may or may not know this, but we have 20,000 domestic self-suppliers in Dunedin. How many of those would be the case in that Portobello beyond? What would be the number of people affected by not having reticulation?
There hasn't been a census for some time, so it is a difficult question to answer, but it pretty much is every dwelling in Harwood, Otako, the marae at Otako, which often services 200 to 400 people in a day, regularly used by university and other users, and then Harrington Point. I think the number of full-time dwellings is certainly over 200 these days.
And would it be the case that many of those households have had difficulty with drought conditions that we've experienced, and is only going to get worse with climate change? And of course, the cost of water will go up, and there's also been nitrate issues. Are those all of the challenges?
I believe your statement is correct, and even the 40 millimetres of rain we actually got at the end of the peninsula in the last few days probably hasn't broken the drought. The peninsula hasn't looked so brown and dry for some time, so it also means that the ground is a lot harder than it normally is, and so some of those field tiles are struggling to work in that really hard, dry environment.
Thank you. And finally, I wonder, this is for staff, do we know where the McAndrew Bay toilet is on the toilet matrix? Because we have a toilet matrix. Do you know that? Oh,
it's actually not on the matrix. It got missed off. We ended up with, I think, toilets for which just on toilets. Actually, you said about the Outram one. The one at Harwood is just a star. But there is also Okea and is on that list, but McAndrew Bay missed out.
So councillors will be getting a toilet report in October, I think. I think recent meetings you've asked for an update on the plans, and you will be getting that in October, I think.
Can I just make one more comment just around the reticulation? And one of the things I think that's in the 2GP is around the potential for Māori housing around in the area around Otaka and other things. So reticulation in water would actually assist the ability for the marae and Māori landowners to actually build houses, better houses, in that area around the marae and on their own land and own property.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. There's another sentence I never thought I'd hear. Debate over a toilet matrix. The question is around school buses. Now, I'm aware that the Sandymount school bus was to be cancelled and has now been extended to the end of the year. And I know this because my godkids are affected by it. So is there any indication in terms of what's going to happen to the growing number of residents that are continuing to move out to to the peninsula area in terms of how they and their kids are going to be serviced. And
It sounds like a shop, isn't it? Buses are us. No, look, I don't know at this stage. I know that we have had various, shall we say, campaigns with the regional council after the ministry removed school buses, and proudly can say that the board actually won on that one, although it took a while. I don't know, and as I say, we haven't had anything definitive yet from the ministry in relation to that either as well. But we do know that, as I say, you have some extension to the end of the year, but after that, who knows? My understanding at the moment, there's only one contracted school bus actually left, or two, on the Otago Peninsula altogether. One to, is it the Kike? And the Sandymount one.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I also had questions about the toilet matrix, so thanks for asking those. But one question to you, Paul. How old are the current toilets in Mac Bay?
I think they've had the hall itself goes back to about 1912. I think it's one of those, and the hall has had various machinations around toilets. I think the last time they were done up was a few years ago. They had a coat of paint and a bit of a tidy up, but they go back probably to the early 80s, late 70s from that perspective. It's more about actually realising that we've got to a point now where the beach has become such a popular space and the crossing points are so dangerous. It makes sense to provide the facilities close to families from that point.
Yeah, I think we all get that. And just a question to both of you, because Juana, you touched on the potential, and I think logical potential, to look, if we are going to complete the shared path, it's obviously it's a fantastic opportunity to do the infrastructural work. So you're obviously both smart enough to agree that that's the logical way to do it, and the opposite being it would be illogical to do them separately.
That's correct. And the detailed design for the road was done because it was one of the first priorities for the project. So it would just be a matter of re-looking at that plan and seeing how you could incorporate the pipes that need to be laid in the ground. There is a constraint at Portobello with the pipes from there back to town, and ensuring that the capacity issue that's currently there can be addressed as well.
Okay, again, we're out of time, but we'll take the final three questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. To the Peninsula Connection and Three Waters, the numbers, staff are just starting to come in with the numbers now on that. I asked Ms Benson to give me the estimate numbers of the Peninsula Connection, which is between 23 and 28 million. So taking 25 million is the central number. There's two waters provisions, sewer and potable water to Otako is 15 million. So they combine to 40 million delivery to a population of around about 600 people. So the per capita is $80,000, and per household around about $200,000 to deliver that level of service to that area. When the city delivered sewer to Allenton, it came with a targeted rate. Would the community be, what would the appetite for the community receiving a targeted rate as well as the city? I mean, I acknowledge that especially the Peninsula Connection has its use well beyond the local community, so there's obviously a city input there anyway, but what level of appetite, based on that level of connection, around about $200,000 per house by the time you do the road and the sewer, would the local community have?
I think to answer your question in the first instance, actually we can't answer it because, you know, we would need to engage with the community and gain that understanding. But just talking to the tourist operators, being one of them, I know we provide toilet facilities to 130,000 visitors at Pukekura, Tyrrell Head, and we truck that water there and truck it out. And it really isn't sustainable. It puts a $100,000 burden on us as a business, but it is something that needs to be done, because only 30,000 of those actually go on tour, so we could only recover from them. So even the businesses would struggle to meet a significant contribution to this project. It really needs to be supported as infrastructure to those outlying communities and to supporting the couple of $100 million a year that comes in through ecotourism.
15 million, I believe, is only as far as Otako, so I don't know how much more it would cost to get it out to the heads, but...
Gravity feed from there, I'm sure we can sneak a pipe in and hook it up.
I think the other issue with the road in terms of the Otako section is that this road is actually in a condition that it's failing and continues to fail. And I think it's not unreasonable for the community to think that that should be maintained and managed to a point where they can continue to have access, but also, as I say, for the tourism industry, which is quite significant.
I agree, although when we talk about climate change and sea level rise, we never talk about ever not just engineering in the face of it. But obviously that side, especially of the peninsula out to the heads, I don't ever see the city really ever withdrawing. Of the three sections, you've prioritised the section that actually faces onto the harbour that's eroding the hardest, right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of if you were looking at it from that point of view, but I think from a contractual point of view, you would be looking at actually contracting three sections together, because the cost of establishing the contract 3 times, you're going to have to pay that 3 times for those 3 sections. Whereas you'd actually be better to put the Portobello school section and the Otako section as one contract and only do the establishment once. So for me, I would say to you that Otako and Portobello are one priority and the inland section are a second priority. Because the section, the Harwood to the inland section is actually relatively easy from an engineering perspective, and given the work that staff have already done on that, it is, as I say, is relatively simple. But Otako and Portobello should be looked at together as a contract.
Are you aware that 40 million would be somewhere in the order of about 25 to 30% of the total city infrastructure spend, capital spend? I mean, in terms of prioritising and spreading it around and affordability, is it reasonable? And I'm actually asking this question in all honesty. Do you think it's a reasonable request against the rest of the capital spend for the city? Because it is important that we understand that relationship.
Well, that depends on who you ask. If you ask people in my community what they want and what they think and what their priorities are, they're going to give you those answers. And they're difficult questions to have, and that's why we raise these things with you now. We don't know the answers to that. All we can give you is the information that what our community says to us. Our community at Otako are saying to us, the road is unsafe, it is narrow, you can't get a bus through it, it is eroding into the sea, and we worry that we're going to be shut off from the rest of the world. Our school community in Portobello are saying we have to try and get through a narrow cutting. It's a dead end. It's a bottleneck. It's dangerous for our children and for our parents. So that's where they take those issues. They don't see those issues further than that, and I don't think anyone in the city sees those issues further than that. That's a council question that you ask yourself. As I say, people look at it from how safe is it for me to get my children to school or to take my family from my home into Portobello into the city, and that's what they're asking themselves.
And I think from previous planning discussions and even at the recent RTS, Mana Whenua appeared in those hearings and identified that they've been without infrastructure for some time, since I suppose when the first Europeans arrived, and they supported those people as they came off the ships to establish the city, and those European forefathers that came here built the city up around them, and the Runanga and Mana Whenua at the end of the peninsula are still not seeing equity in the provision of services from the council.
So the answer is yes, you do actually see it requires a special consideration outside the normal business case calculations. Thank you.
Councillor Vandervis.
Regarding the Tomahawk ex-school area, Paul, you said there's a community united agreed plan for it. Can you give us just a very brief summary of what that plan would involve?
So a large part of it was actually just landscaping and planting, but also connecting a pathway between the current Grants Braes Football and Community Club area through to that area as well, because there's already a track that takes you out over to the beach from there. There was some consideration given to the potential of moving the existing playground, which is on Tomahawk Road, into that main space and creating that as a central community recreation and play hub from that perspective. There are some bigger other ideas around pump tracks and other bits and pieces. And it may be that, and what I've done there is actually put them into contact with the Portobello Group, because the Portobello Group raised $250,000 to build that themselves. But the landscaping and track and other and playground side of it was probably the key aspect, and still the aspiration of the football club to use some of the flat space as training grounds or training areas for their junior teams during bad weather, that sort of stuff.
Final question, Councillor Hurley.
Thank you. With regards to the Peninsula connection, do you think the community down there would tolerate a toll on the road?
Well, it's funny you should say that, Councillor, because there was a toll put on the Portobello Road back in the 1880s. And at the time, what farmers used to do, dairy farmers used to do, is they'd wait till low tide and they would go round the toll booth on low tide, so they wouldn't have to pay the toll. Or they would take their cart through and send the kids round to the side when they were taking them to school. Cyclists were then were asked to pay, I think it was sixpence in the 1880s, and in fact cyclists went when Richard Seddon came to Dunedin. They received a deputation to Richard Seddon from cyclists in Dunedin, and Seddon said that it should be reduced from sixpence to fivepence. So the notion of a toll has been around for over 120 years. It wasn't popular then, and I very much doubt it'll be popular now. Certainly, as I say, I can't imagine a group of cyclists now making representation to Simeon Brown or to Mr. Luxon, but who knows?
We, of course, right now we have 17.5% rate increase. The public are not happy with it. We have our Waka Kotahi funding halved. So for you to sort of laugh at the suggestion of a toll is quite disappointing.
I wouldn't say I was laughing at the question of a toll. What I'm suggesting to you, though, is that this project has been around now since the late 1990s, early 2000s. There are aspects of it in relationship to Otako and to Portobello that are issues of public safety for our community. And so, again, like any other community board, like Mosgiel before us, they came here with issues around safety. And this is what the Peninsula Hub and Peninsula Connection project has always been about. It has always been about the safety of the community to move around its community, either on foot, by bike or by vehicle. So, as I say to you, yes, we are asking for something, but at the end of the day, we're not asking anything different to what any other community are asking for in terms of being able to freely move around in your community in a safe and reasonable manner.
Thank you. I suppose it's just, the question is, how do we pay for it?
And I'll just comment there that Councillor Hurley, that Mr. Pope was not laughing at that question. He was just answering your question, and the answer is that it would not be popular. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your presentation and the answers to the questions. Very much appreciated, and thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break before we move on. So I'll seconded Councillor Fiso. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carry. Thank you. Reconvene. And we're now on to item 9, which is place-based community groups. There's a presentation first from staff, or we're going to talk more particularly about the report. We'll do that part first, and then we will hear from 2 of the place-based groups. So, any comment?
No, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Questions, councillors? This is on the actual report. Doesn't look like there is any. Councillor Barker.
Sorry, I tried to write the question. I just wonder if there's been any, because place-based groups have been going for a certain amount of time now, and I wonder if there's been any third-party analysis of the success of the groups in delivering what they promised the community, and whether there's been any comparison with the work that the community boards do, because some of those areas overlap.
Thank you, Councillor. When you say third party, can I clarify that?
Sorry, so I mean an outside report which is looking at the efficacy of the groups, I guess.
No, there hasn't been an external, we haven't commissioned any external reporting on that. And saying that, there has been just some small reports done, but they're on aspects of place-based. There were two separate providers early on, and I think councillors were provided that. That was some time ago, though, but not in the aspect that you're looking at.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just going to back to the previous question. I mean, do you think it's fair to compare the work that community boards do on many levels, whether it's statutory or legislatively, with the work that place-based groups do?
If I may, I'm not sure fair would be right. I think if we can acknowledge they're quite unique entities, and perhaps there are times where they do collaborate to do shared work, and so I think it's once we hear from these place-based groups, we can understand that more. So it might not be, they might have common areas, but the way they approach those areas or challenges is from quite a different aspect. But I mean, a report was a report. So, yeah.
Councillor Gary.
And just on that, is one of the essential differences that place-based groups can raise funding that community boards cannot. That's correct. That's what we've found, that it's around about, for every $1 raised, they're raising $3 elsewhere as a whole collective. So that's correct. They're able to tap into a lot more funding opportunities.
I'll just step in and just remind councillors that at the last Civic meeting there was a report presented which very eloquently described the differences between the community boards and place-based groups and where they overlapped and how they work together.
Any further questions? If not, I will move that the committee notes the report, place-based group, community groups, presentation to Civic Affairs Committee. Do I have a seconder? Second to Councillor Lafiso. Anybody like to speak to this? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Now we'll move on to the first of our community-based groups who are going to come and speak to us, which is for the first time, which is wonderful. And I'd like to welcome from Progress Waikawaiti area, Sonia Billard and Kath Ryan, who is the board chair. So Sonia is the Chief Executive Manager. Have I got that right? Oh, okay. It sounds good, doesn't it? So welcome, and you have 10 minutes to speak to us, and then we will ask you questions afterwards. You know how to work the microphone, just push that button. Perfect.
Yep, we're on.
You're away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. So I'm Sonia Billiard, I'm Community Engagement Manager, and with me is Kath Ryan, who is the Chair of Power. I've been actively involved with Power for over 17 years, and Kath has been a vital part of that journey for the past 5 years. I've actually written this down because I wanted to keep it to a tight 5 minutes. So Power was established in 1992 as an incorporated society and registered charitable organisation following the closure of Cherry Farm Hospital. A committee was formed that year comprising of 12 local residents and 1 community worker, with the goal of becoming a central point for networking between clubs and organisations, supporting local businesses, fostering local development and strengthening the connection between Waikawaiti and Karitani. Initially, the committee produced a 1-page newsletter to keep residents informed. Over the past 32 years, much has evolved. Our primary objective has remained the same, understanding the community needs, challenges and opportunities to develop outcomes that enhance social, economic and environmental and cultural well-being of our communities. Our efforts are focused on fostering community cohesion, boosting individual self-esteem and confidence, and increasing participation in social activities to combat isolation. Through initiatives such as our high tea afternoons for people living alone or new to the area, specific topic community huis, the community garden, the community response group, community fetes, networking get-togethers, collaborative beautification projects, the East Otago Food Bank and social media engagement, we strive to build a more resilient community. Power now serves Waikawaiti, Karitani and the Hawkesbury Village, plus the surrounding rural areas from Evansdale to Flag Swamp for our food bank support. Each of these communities has its own distinct character, which we recognise and nurture. Power is located at the East Otago Event Centre, with our office open every Tuesday and Thursday, and is consistently busy with a wide variety of questions from community and tourists. The East Otago area is fortunate to have a community board with members positioned in most settlements within the board's area. Power's role is at the grassroots level, where we have the ability to support and umbrella new initiatives. While the board can offer financial support in smaller amounts, Power has the capacity to contribute on a larger scale. For example, by partnering with the local volunteer fire brigade, we managed to raise 6 times more funds due to our extensive connections and resources. We have played an integral role in the establishment of community-led initiatives such as One Coast Waste Minimisation and the East Otago Bloke Shed. We provide mentoring and fundraising assistance for all local groups and clubs and new initiatives. The collaboration between the Community Board, DCC, Puketeraki Runaka, local schools and Power strengthens our collaborative efforts to enhance the quality of life in East Otago. Over the past few months, we have organised 2 community huis on topics identified by our community engagement surveys. The first focused on community preparedness in the event of an emergency, attracting over 120 attendees, and the second addressed the future of water in the East Otago area, with over 50 participants. These sessions featured speakers from the University of Otago, GNS Science, the Otago Regional Council, Emergency Management and the Puketeraki Runaka, with whom we are developing a strong relationship. The upcoming third hui will focus on the revitalisation of Waikawaiti's Main Street, an issue brought to light by both local survey results and the DCC's future development strategy. The strategy identified a lack of growth in our area, leading to little planned infrastructure development, a perspective we strongly challenge. Over the next 10 to 30 years, it is crucial that we proactively work towards reversing this trend. Addressing the needs of our ageing infrastructure, encouraging sustainable growth and attracting new businesses and residents will be key to ensuring a long-term vitality of the Waikawaiti area. Before Christmas, we are hosting a community Christmas afternoon tea, bringing in local groups such as the local musical theatre and the line dancing to perform and highlight what they do. Over the past year, Power has contributed to various beautification projects, installing the installation of town signage, an upgrade to the skate park, the expansion of our community garden to twice its original size, the addition of picnic tables along the beachfront, and the creation of our large street mural in the business area. And the street mural is there up on the screen for you. Our monthly newsletter, which you've all now got a copy of, has grown to 16 pages. Alongside our website and Facebook page, this newsletter serves as a vital communication tool, keeping our community engaged and informed. It is hard to put into words the outcomes we achieve. While we can certainly provide outcome statistics, they only tell part of the story. For example, beyond the numbers associated with our food bank service, the true impact is felt in the relief and gratitude expressed by those we help. This service has grown significantly since we became a COVID-19 response provider, reflecting the ongoing need within our community and the vital role we play in supporting our residents during difficult times. We would like to take this opportunity to recognise and express our gratitude for the funding we receive from the DCC place-based funding. Thank you for your continued support. Power has been a cornerstone of our community for many years, and we are committed to remaining a vital resource for many more years to come. Securing funding is both challenging and time-consuming, yet we recognise it is an essential aspect of our work. The place-based funding we receive is invaluable, not just for the financial support it provides, but also for the guidance and encouragement that enables us to continue to work effectively and expand our impact within the community. It's difficult to encapsulate the full scope of Power's work in just 5 minutes, but we hope this gives you a meaningful glimpse into our organisation. We currently have 10 dedicated community members, all of whom volunteer their time, as well as 2 part-time paid staff members. In addition, we maintain an active roster of volunteers. Everyone contributes well beyond what is expected, driven by a shared belief in our organisation and its mission. We look forward to the future. We remain committed to growing our impact, nurturing our community, and ensuring that Power continues to be a force for positive change in East Otago. Thank you for your time. We welcome your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Excellent. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koroa. I was really interested to hear about your hui about the emergency preparedness and water, and then the other one coming out. So how do you feed back to council? Because councillors around the table would be very interested in hearing the outcome of the hui and what the community thinks. So what's the link back to council there?
Thank you for the question. Our connection to council is through Gina, and she visits occasionally and receives reports from us, and especially around the place-based funding. We welcome any council members who wish to come to these huis. You're more than welcome. They're open. And any specific questions you have, we'll answer.
Thank you. I guess I was looking at a political level about if you've seen just seen the community boards come and talk to us about their 5 key wishes on their plans. I was just wondering about how that works.
Am I on? Yep. Sorry, I just want to add that these huis are just at initial stages, so they're really just community huis based on, or have come about from feedback that we've received from the community. So they're really only just at that really ground level stage. I know for the third hui we are working with DCC staff currently at the moment who are from the planning team. But I think once these huis have taken their course, next year will be the year that they'll develop into something bigger where staff will be...
Yeah, I guess I'm particularly asking because I saw you were talking about water, and we've got a paper coming up around water and infrastructure, and it's just that connection back. So just something to think about. My next question is just around the One Coast waste minimisation work that I am particularly interested in. And this waste minimisation plan coming up at the moment, and we talk about the need for more waste minimisation activities within community areas, and I think yours is a, what's the word for the best one? So could you tell us a little bit more about that?
I'm so dry. Hang on. And how we got involved with them initially?
I guess just how it works, because we are going to be having meetings and discussions around these the wish to have more waste minimisation work embedded within the community. So that's why I'm particularly interested, because Councillor O'Malley often talks about how amazing One Coast is. So I was just particularly interested if we could just hear a little bit more about how it works.
Well, One Coast is its own identity in its own right. Power is there as a support for One Coast. We were there in the initial establishment of One Coast and working through that process with them, and we umbrellaed that organisation. We have 2 Power committee members that sit on their board. So we really, our role there is for support. I think.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. Thanks, Sonia. Hello. We could take this to the community board, that concept of being efficient with time. Actually, I want to go back to One Coast and civil defence, because the Power's played a pretty big role in both of those, right? So you're pretty much organising the civil defence response role, community response in the Waikawaiti area, right? Correct?
Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And as you pointed out, when One Coast was starting and I think got their first grant, they didn't have a bank account. I don't think they didn't exist.
No, they didn't exist as an entity, and Power, they needed that umbrella situation for the bank account, but more for that, the help of them setting up the constitution. So we came in right at that grassroots stage and worked through those processes with them.
And I guess that's that you've been around since '92, right? So you've well established as a community activity long before the place-based groups funding existed, and you've got good evidence to show how you've had a major impact in your local community, which is both in cooperation with community boards such as the civil defence activities, and sometimes augmenting the community board activity in a place that the community boards themselves can't really operate in. Is that a correct assessment?
Yes, that is correct assessment, yes.
And you can I guess this is there is a tension out here as to whether or not community boards should be, place-based groups should be able to identify their impact on the community before they get more funding. You've got good evidence. You've got good evidence, right, of what you've done.
First of all, in regards to, if I may, around the DCC funding, there is good evidence around, because we track that. We ask for volunteer numbers, we ask for impact assessment, we ask how their activities actually relate to our own strategic priorities. But I'd also like to point out that Power, as well as other community groups, have obligations to other funders where they've had to report wider and deeper than what comes to us. So there is lots of layers of reporting that is going on among these groups.
Just like to add to that we could do more in our communities if we weren't reporting and fundraising and applying for funds. It is very time consuming, and it's obviously part of what we have to do. If we could get a funding from one provider and that be it for the year, that would be great. So there's a lot of reporting that goes back with all funders that we apply to.
What percentage of your annual funds comes from the place-based funding?
On a given year, around 40%.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think previous questions have maybe touched on what I'm going to ask, but I'll ask them anyway. Thanks, Sonia and Kathleen, for coming in. And I'll sort of re-ask you the question I asked Gina earlier around that differentiation between place-based groups and community boards, because I think it's important, and I wanted to tease out the obligations you have to other funders as well. So the question is to you, what really differentiates you, do you think, from community boards? I think you touched on grassroots in your presentation.
Yes, and I think that's community boards, although Power and community boards do cross over within certain things that are on the community plan for boards, is something that we're advocating for on our behalf as well. So there's a crossover with commonalities there, but Power is really, we're all about the people. So it's not infrastructure. Our focus is not on infrastructure and those bigger things that the community board are looking at. We are on our community and the people that live there. And
Let's focus on the projects.
Yes.
Yeah, and again, through your presentation, which you read without stumbling, which was incredible, it felt to me like you have quite a symbiotic relationship with the community board. Am I reading that correctly? You have a good relationship with the board?
I actually sit on both, and but Power has a very strong relationship with the community board and all our local organisations. You know, because it's purely because we've been around for so long.
And going back to Jim's question, it's just a generic question. I think you should all be asked: how vitally important is the place-based fund that we provide as a council to groups like yourself?
It's extremely important. I mean, obviously we've survived without it, leading into it, but it's made a huge difference. It's grown. I mean, I've been with Power so long that I've seen a growth. The growth, the work that we do now is just, I can't even put into words. And a lot of that is attributed to the last 4 years with place-based. The guidance that we receive from our advisors is priceless. And it's allowed us to develop and expand our reach and develop more initiatives and more engagement within the community. Yeah. Do you want to add to that?
The place-based funding's allowed us to plan for continuity. It means that we can keep our community engagement manager and we can keep our editor. So those things, provided that the newsletter funds itself for production in terms of advertising and stuff, are crucial. If we didn't have place-based funding to keep those positions going and supplement them with other funding applications, we wouldn't exist.
So an obvious follow-up question is if there is a continued or if there's a threat to that funding moving forward, that's a threat to your group.
It's certainly a concern I feel deeply.
Councillor Mayhem.
Sonia, did you know that I consider you to be the mayor of Waikouaiti?
Thank you, Mandy. No, not necessarily. There's pros and cons of being in an organisation a long time. The benefits definitely outweigh the negatives, and the community know me, and I think that is a huge positive. Not so much when I have to go down the street for 10 minutes and I'm there an hour because everybody knows me, but you know, I think for the organisation itself it is a positive. But thank you.
Because of that knowledge and your involvement in Power, that's why you were shoulder tapped to be on the community board, because you're a strong networker and a familiar person in Waikouaiti. I'm interested in the establishment of the food bank and what happened over COVID, and also you didn't speak very much about your role in the emergency response group. So although you have these huis, you do have a very strong plan and a network that, wearing your community board hat, that you implement for the community too.
Just speaking on the local East Otago Food Bank, we took that over about 5-6 years ago now, from a group that was delivering around 12 food parcels to the East Otago area per annum. We're now currently doing about 60, and we've grown because during COVID we become a COVID-19 response provider, so we had MSD funding and we supported our community in huge ways above what the board capability was during that time, and the fact that we identified our people living at home alone, and we could deliver frozen meals and things like that. So the food bank's operated out of the Power office, and it's purely relied now on, because the MSD funding stopped, donations and our can drive from the Volunteer Fire Brigade each year, and Power tops it up. So the demand is there, and the demand has certainly grown. Year by year the demand grows. As far as the emergency response, Power started up the emergency response group about 5 years ago now, recognising that there was nothing in the area in the case of an emergency. The emergency hub, of course, is the East Otago Event Centre, which I might just add that is under-equipped at the moment, but we have a strong volunteer group that work with emergency management, and we also work with Waitaki District and Karatani to train, and we are now in a position where we have a plan in place, and in the event of an emergency we feel quite competent that we could open the event centre and cater for whoever turns up.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just continuing on a little bit from Councillor Barker's questions in terms of waste minimisation and things. Out of curiosity, monthly, roughly how many of these would get printed in comparison to how many would go out digitally?
I would like to say a lot go out digitally, more than printed, but we are an ageing community and our members prefer paper, and we've tried to get that number down, but people just want to hold that paper. So we print 1,150 copies a month. They go into all households in Waikawiti. They go to Karatani and they go to outlets up in Palmerston. And we also mail out, there's some mail out, but it's also online on our website and on our Facebook pages. We've just recently made a big change in our newsletter printing. We've really streamlined the process. We've got the printing costs down to half than what it was, and we've increased the number of pages, so we're quite proud of it. Yes, we have. We've streamlined advertising. We've gone on to zero. We've streamlined all our practices to make the newsletter all but self-sufficient.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Good morning, Maureen, you two. Thank you for coming today. I just had a couple of questions around, because we get a lot, of questions around the difference between community boards and groups like yourselves. But I'm just listening and wondering if, when you have an issue that's council related, like i.e. infrastructure or something like that, and if you've got concerns about it, because you obviously did have issues with your water in your area, and we have been trying to fix that as quickly as possible. But do you go to raise that issue and lobby it to the community board, or do you feel you've got a good enough relationship here with the connections you have in your group that you go straight to the people that you're connected with in council through your group? How do you communicate to council if you want to make your voices heard as a community group?
I'm just going to hand over to Kath to just address that water issue, because I think we're just on a bit of a different path there.
Yeah, I think we've gone down a tangent on the water hui. It was about water futures, so it was climate adaptation, managed retreat, flooding, what the dangers would be in our area, sea level rise. So that was why we went to the experts for the science before we then organised further meetings on what we do about it. So that was not about three waters, and that was why council was not invited to speak at that hui. But our next one is on transport, and it will be organised around council and Waka Kotahi. It's about our main street, and in line with the presentations we just heard from the community boards, it's all about safety, and it's all about trucks and lack of pedestrian crossings and safety.
So from that meeting, say for example you get a very strong message from your community, we want things done, who do you then go to? Do you go and lobby the community board about that, or do you feel you've got good enough relationships here with council in your group, with your connection that you've got there with staff? How do you, what steps do you take?
We use both. We have a very strong relationship with the community board, obviously because Sonia's on it. And so if it's a big issue like the transport in and out of town, the buses and stuff, then the community board will take the lead on that. The community board does not organise fetes, it doesn't organise high teas, it doesn't organise all the social cohesion stuff, and wasn't appropriate for them to organise the huis either. So that work is divided up quite well. In terms of connection with council, whenever we need council, they're there for us and we go to them. They'll be heavily involved in the main street planning, beautification, safety stuff. And when the future development strategy consultation was happening, we were happy to round up those who had a voice to come and speak to council at that stage. I don't have any worries about our relationships with council or the community board, and our roles are quite separate, quite different.
Thank you very much.
And final question from Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tēnā kōrua, ladies, and thank you for your presentation. Mine is a very straightforward question, but first I just wanted to note that I did actually think about you when the weather forecast came through in the last, and thought, isn't that great? You know, we have confidence, there are people to deal with this on the ground. My question is, an overarching question is, who would do the work that you do if power didn't exist?
That's a terrible thought. I've thought about that myself sometimes, thinking what would happen if we weren't there, and it's hard to put into words, really. I can't imagine.
It's easy. It's easy. It wouldn't happen.
Well, it wouldn't happen.
It wouldn't happen.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, Kat's right. No, certain things would get taken over by certain groups, perhaps on a lower scale, but I don't know how our community, because we're rural, we play such a vital part, I think, because of who we are and where we are, as opposed to being in Dunedin. Rural people need that connection, and they need a place that's central, that's a hub, and I think that's what we provide. And you see it time and time again on our local Facebook pages. Somebody will post something and the question always comes up, ask Power, go and see Power, they'll know. You know, I think our community would be lost without us.
And thank you for raising the importance of relationships. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, ladies. It's great to hear from you for the first time, really, in this forum. Fantastic. I'd now like to invite Kristen Gibson from the South Dunedin Community Network. Welcome, Kristen.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you all, and good, yeah, we're still in the morning. So I'm not going to repeat everything that Power just said, but I guess I'd like you to consider the benefits of what they said that they offer as far as place-based community groups go, because we would definitely reflect those benefits. Anyway, I'm going to do the same. I'm going to read, so I try and stick to the time. So I'm the manager of the South Dunedin Community Network. The activities of our network are numerous. We manage bookings for our 2 network rooms. We currently have around 40 groups accessing those 2 rooms across the week, sort of across the days, across the weeks, the evenings. The use of this free gathering space in our community rooms is of enormous benefit, and that can reduce isolation, provides an excellent cross-fertilisation of contact between groups. Examples of these groups go from parenting groups, tech drop-in classes, cultural groups, health and social support groups such as MS support, cessation for smoking, and various adult education classes. The management of booking these 2 network rooms is a major function of our network. We also publish regular and local newsletter, The Lowdown, which you've got an older issue in front of you, I believe. We deliver approximately 3,500 issues of The Lowdown. The next issue is coming out in the next few weeks. And we're currently looking at expanding The Lowdown in delivery as well as content. We also have community members regularly dropping into our network space for chats. They bring in recycling, they might have a cup of tea or coffee, they look at our notice boards, they ask myself or the other staff member about community events, or information on certain support and services. We host regular stakeholder meetings, a biannual community hui, plus we support and organise and host the South Dunedin Street Festival. We umbrella 3 community organisations, and we do so much more. Our stakeholder meetings that I mentioned connect and allow dozens of people that represent various community-focused organisations to connect and share information and support each other. So, for example, it could be, hey, does anybody know where I can find some volunteers to do blah? Hey, we're doing the gasworks markets. Can you share this information? We're looking for people to contribute goods for the gaswork markets, for example. Our biannual community hui regularly has over 100 attendees from within the community. The theme of the last hui was coping with the cost of living, and that brought together many local organisations to help people in the community. For example, the Curtin Bank, the Bedding Bank, Te Kaika, Budget Help, and Food Bank representatives, Age Concern, and Supergrands. It was actually a really good initiation to my new role as the manager. Our next hui is coming up in almost exactly 2 weeks, where we'll be discussing how flooding and water issues affect our well-being and how these things can inform decision making for the future of South Dunedin. I mentioned the Street Festival. Our now famous South Dunedin Street Festival attracts thousands of people from within South Dunedin as well as from wider city. People can celebrate the community and South Dunedin itself, and we've got the next one scheduled next one scheduled for March 8th next year, and we've already started planning that. There'll be dancing, music, opportunities to purchase locally made goods, as well as talk to community members and services. We also facilitate other community members where the DCC and ORC can join with the wider community, share information, receive feedback on important issues as well. Particularly notable for these is the ongoing work of the South Dunedin Future Team and the South Dunedin Library Conversations. Really excited about the library opening next year. So South Dunedin has traditionally been a fractured community. Our work of connecting people and social cohesion and organisations has real value. The Street Festival, for example, is of great benefit to the community in terms of providing a sort of bumping place for people to meet and chat, and it stokes a sense of community pride. Being able to have these activities means being able to contribute to the social well-being of South Dunedin in various ways. And what I've mentioned brings the community together in celebration, socialising, creating, learning, supporting mental and physical health, reducing social isolation, and building an even stronger sense of belonging and pride in South Dunedin. Just these things alone contribute to a healthy, resilient and strengthening in the sense of community. We understand and we strongly agree with the concept of a healthy and prosperous city being made up of connected and resilient communities. The growth of this strength, especially in communities with significant levels of deprivation, is a long-term endeavour that we hope to continue, but one which holds within it the benefits of positivity and a sense of belonging which every city needs for its overall health. This work is much more accessible to communities if it's physically present and knowledgeable. We're extremely grateful for the place-based funding. The importance of this funding is that it provides us with money to run the network. So all of those things I've mentioned as well-being is being physically present in that network space. It means those activities can happen and it means we're there for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Walker.
Thank you very much. I'll ask a similar question as I have done previously around so that place-based fund that we provide, and I'll ask it in a slightly different way. I'd imagine in the current cost of living crisis, people in South Dunedin, the effects have accrued probably disproportionately down there. So in a constrained fiscal environment, what sort of bang for a buck do we get as a provider of funds to you? Sorry, it's long-winded, but you get it, don't you?
I'll concentrate on the bang for the buck. Thank you for that question, Councillor. Yeah, I guess I reeled off a lot of what we do, and for what we do for the funding that we get from place-based funding and volunteers and all of that, we basically run on the smell of an oily rag, essentially. So having that place-based funding for us allows us to employ on average 2 part-time staff members who can then facilitate all of those things as well as groups of volunteers. So I don't know how you would replicate what we do outside of our space and without place-based funding.
Thank you. And I think Councillor O'Malley asked it previously, so that's what percentage of your funding comes from roughly from a...
I was dreading you were going to ask me that. I think, what was it? What percentage comes from outside of place-based funding?
What percentage do we provide?
Oh, I think it's 30, is it 40, 30? Yes. Yeah. Only been in the role a few months. So.
Most, well, first of all, I just want to say, because Kirsten's way too humble, she's actually an accountant, so she knows the figures really well, but as well as having her PhD in different areas. So, but in regards to all the place-based groups, that's they are, if we account also their volunteer hours, they're way under 50% just on money alone, on resourcing. Then there's only 2 groups that are just slightly over that 50% at the moment. So, so all our place-based groups pretty much are well under the 50%, more around the 30 to 40.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Hurley.
Can I just ask, what are the main other funders that you're able to, if you're able to say, don't say if you can't, but yeah, that you...
Cut you off. So we get, it fluctuates, it sort of depends on the year. So we get some funding from COGS. We also get lotteries. I'm currently looking at the Otago Community Trust. And we do get, as Gina sort of mentioned, we get a lot of voluntary, I guess, looking at in koha coming in. The difficulty with the other funding is that often it's targeted towards specific events or project base, and this is where the amazingness of the place-based funding means that we can put it on operational costs such as staffing. It sort of gives us that flexibility to apply for other bits and pieces. Yeah.
Councillor O'Malley.
I guess that's actually one of the more fundamental differences between this funding mechanism, right, is that it can go to operational versus others.
In that respect, it's completely unique. In fact, the other funding specifically says they cannot use that funding for operational costs. So, yes.
Then it would be fair to say then that if we wanted to be able to fund operational activities, the only mechanism we have to do it at the moment is through the place-based groups. Thanks.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you once again. I know the answer to this question, but I'll let you answer it to put it on the public record. Is the process of reporting back to funders, including us, does it place quite a burden on the functioning of the South Dunedin Community Network?
It's substantial work, and I think in some ways it's a good exercise. So, you can pull together and evaluate and look at what you've done over the time. I think, and again, having been in the role for a short amount of time, and so doing some reports and applications, I think one of the issues is that if you have to find multiple streams of funding and then reporting. So you might be working on a big report that's really for $3,000 or $5,000. So that's where the difficulty or the time can be eaten away rather than doing what you're doing. And that's where the beauty of the place-based funding is. It's not necessarily the reporting that's the issue. It's just if we were having to do 10 different reports for minuscule amounts of funding, that we're still struggling to meet operational costs, for example, where place-based funding doesn't have that issue.
Councillor O'Malley.
And back to that point, it would be the burden of the amount of reporting that would be relevant, right? But you do agree that some estimate of impact is reasonable. Thanks.
I think we're done. Thank you very much, Kirsten. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we now move on to item 10 on the agenda, pre-engagement plan for 9-year plan 2025 to 34. Welcome, Ms. Bakara. Are you going to speak to this first, or are you just there for questions?
Just to say that there was that mistake in the recommendations, it said 10-year plan instead of 9-year plan. Yep. Sorry about that.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I know that it talks about printer flyer for distribution, and just wondering how effective that is, and in this day and age, and the challenges of doing that with so much. I know with council campaigns and flyers, I know that the effectiveness of doing it, and I know the amount of times that we end up with 3 or 4 of the same flyers just so that the delivery person can get rid of them quicker. And I see eyes sort of look up saying they have the same effect. So is that seriously something that we're going to contribute to, or are there some other possible ways?
So last year we did a booklet. They're costly, and for all of those reasons. This year we decided we wouldn't do the booklet and we would just do a flyer. And they are just, I mean, this is an option for you, but they wouldn't be sent out. So it does provide a very cost-effective, a way to make savings. So the flyer would be something that you would have a copy of to give out at various engagements. Thank you. And also they would be available in our service centres, in the libraries, and those sorts of places where people can pick up a little bit of information physically to take away and put on their fridge or whatever. But they wouldn't be the full-blown booklet that we have previously used and that we have put out in every single household across the city.
Oh, sorry, I cut you off. Go.
Sorry, that's the only change actually to last year's engagement options and plans. Everything else would be the same. We've just reduced the booklet to a one-page flyer.
When I started thinking about the communications that I received from council as a ratepayer, I'm thinking, is there ability to insert anything in rate notices that and invoices that go out to households, and also obviously we'd be using FYI.
Yes, FYI has already gone out, so we had to put something out as of yesterday, and it has something very generic, but that gives the community a heads up with no dates yet, because that has to be agreed to today, and no further information, and just connecting to what's currently on the website as a landing place. So that's gone out. I can certainly find out about whether or not there's an opportunity to put things in other things that we send out across council.
And so finally, the other part that as I was going through that, was we obviously have quite a number of tenants that in DCC housing. So again, communicating, we already got them in a database, so communicating to them directly. But I can understand as we go through this, going, how do you get the best bang for buck, and how do you get exposure is a huge challenge if people aren't on social media or aren't digitally active as well.
Yes, that's part of the reason why we have pulled back from a full booklet but keeping a flyer. We also have the advertising campaign in newspapers and ODT and Star as a way to ensure that others who aren't online get some engagement.
Sorry, and the last part, and would it be notable to, because you look at these newsletters that are community newsletters, to actually support them and with an ad and a linkage back, because when you actually look at the bang for buck in advertising in these and the cost, but the amount of readership they get in those communities is actually quite powerful.
We do that as well. We did that last year. So all of our community, our staff who work with community have access to put information in local flyers and local newsletters like that. So we did that last year as well, and we would do that this year. So we would do everything we did last year except the full booklet, which is expensive, and we're proposing to take it down from 4 weeks last year to 2 weeks this year. So a short, sharp, focused campaign this year.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora. I have a few questions, and I guess I want to go to option 1, which talks about the disadvantages of pre-engagement, and then says will require reprioritisation of DCC resourcing to meet timing pressures. And I guess one of the messages that we're getting back from staff is that resourcing is a challenge. So what's the opportunity cost of doing the pre-engagement? Like if it's reprioritising DCC resources, what is the stuff that gets put to the bottom of the queue?
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking about the team that's driving this, which is the comms and marketing team, which sits with Rob. But obviously, with any of these campaigns, there's a big amount of work that goes into them. One of the useful things is that because we did this last year, we have all the information, and we are able to pull all of that back together relatively quickly. Normally we would do this obviously every 3 years, and it's always, staff leave, and there's always a bit of a kind of gap between, okay, what did we do last time and what do we do this time? Whereas this year, it feels like we just did it a couple of months ago, because we kind of did. So that's good. But in the background, of course, we've got the rest of the machine still firing. And so it does draw on staff time. And particularly in the back end, so that's across governance and across policy, and when we report back to council or this committee on the results of engagement, that's quite a lot of back of house work as well. And we've also got, of course, the workshops, and there's quite a full program of that. So there's a lot going on. It's just that we're now doing this 2 years in a row. Yep.
Yeah, I guess that's just my understanding as to the opportunity cost given the pressures on resources and the. So my next question is, what's the cost of this option? It sort of says will be met from within existing operating budgets. However, there's some reprioritisation going on, so I just wondered if there's a budget.
There is a budget, but I'd have to find out exactly what that looks like.
So with me covering comms and marketing on a temporary basis, I'm happy to go back and look that up, but it's not a figure I have on the tip of my tongue, unfortunately.
I guess before making a decision, it would be useful to know what the budget is. So my next question is just around because this is it the second time that we've done pre-engagement. So I just wondered if other councils do pre-engagement as well.
Yes, we have looked. It's a mix. Some do, some don't. It's completely individual to each council on what they want to go and talk with their community about and what's going on in their community. So, for a whole variety of reasons, some do, some don't. And it is completely up to council, of course, if you want to do engagement. Yeah.
My next question is around whether we get to see the documents and the engagement material before it goes out, because often we're the people that are on the buses and the Civic Centre, and sometimes it's a little challenging in some of the wording for people to understand what we're asking. I think we're probably asking fairly simple questions because it's the pre-engagement, but I just wonder if there's an opportunity to work with the councillors to ensure that the material is fit for purpose.
So there is an opportunity in the workshop week on the first day where we will look at engagement, and we will be bringing all of the collateral to that presentation. A lot of the collateral is very similar to what we did last year, and you'll have an opportunity to have some input into that at that point.
I just want to ask a question also about whether we'll be asking people about water, because the water services delivery seems to be the big one, and we've got something coming up in our next agenda about that. So are we going to flag certain topics in this pre-engagement, or is it just a free-for-all?
So what we did last year was we had very broad topics across all the groupings of council activity, and we said, what would you like to say about this group, whether it's transport, waste, road, what was one of them, transport, water, waste. What would you like? Is there anything that you want to say about the services that we provide in this space? Do you want us to do more, less, about the same? And we would go back and ask basically the same questions. And that was for an online survey. What that does is it gives us an ability to compare where people were at with the same questions last year and where they're possibly at with those same questions this year, to see if there's any movement, or if there's anything that in particular that the community has to say 1 year on. I mean, I think, one of the things that we've been talking and thinking about and putting this plan together is that even though it was only a year ago, things have completely changed. And so the community may have more to say, or different things to say in that year. It's quite a unique year that we've had in terms of our, where council now finds itself compared to last year. So community may have something to say, even though it was only a year ago. But we're generally we will keep those online questions as part of that survey, which was incredibly well received, and we had a lot of feedback. And the idea is to keep it the same, broad, and then we can compare where things were at last year.
Councillor Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. The ODT, we've discussed the efficacy of using that as a way to promote anything really in terms of this kind of engagement. Obviously the STAR I can understand, but is there any need to use the ODT? I just don't think it's the place where a large enough number of people in the community read it or see those ads. They might read it online but not see the ads, for example. Has any thought got into that?
I think we always think about, what our options are in terms of meeting the needs of different parts of the community, and there is a part of the community that does, read the newspaper or go online. And so we do have the ODT online banners and those sorts of, opportunities as well.
I can see the use in the online banners. And I support the flyers because there is a section of the community, as you outlined, that just are not online, and that extra step is just a step too far for them. In terms of engagement, though, I wonder if you'd have any comments around burnout, because I've had quite considerable feedback that people kind of don't know why they've got to, yet again, come and advocate for things that are important to them. So they've come to the annual plan, and a lot of them actually came with 10-year plan stuff, right? And the feedback I'm getting is, why do we have to do pre-engagement and then we've got to come to the 9-year plan? And it's within a fairly short time frame. So I think we really have got burnout. Has that been part of the consideration at all?
It has, which is part of the reason why we're only going to do 2 weeks, if you choose that option. There are other engagements on, like community engagement processes ongoing throughout the next few months, and keeping it to a 2-week minimum seemed like a way to ensure that we weren't overburdening the community on asking them more questions.
And my final question is around the disadvantage for not doing early engagement, which was around not knowing what the community wanted. And yet what I've been hearing, for example, this morning, is consistent messages from the community that we heard at the annual plan and we've heard for quite some time. And yes, they were from particular groups, but I'm hearing consistent and clear messages from people on the ground from their communities. And yes, the context has changed, but what's important to communities has not, I don't think. Is that a fair, any thought been given to that?
Well, we have obviously thought through all of these things. This is a report that comes to you for you to decide whether or not you want to do early engagement. You don't have to do it. Yeah, that's all I can really say.
Thank you, and I know that was a difficult one to answer. And finally, Mr. West, I don't know if you can answer this, but if we didn't do early engagement, what difference would that make resourcing-wise for staff, understanding that staff are really under the pump with the extraordinary year we have?
So every little helps is what I'd say. So if you chose not to go with pre-engagement, that is just another piece of work that the council comms team and Jeanette's team don't have to do, but that shouldn't be the driver, I don't think, of what your decision is. I think the driver of the decision should be how do we get the best consultation process for our community. So that's how I will answer that, Councillor.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we haven't got the budget for this proposed engagement, do we know how much it costs for last time to do the engagement, the pre-engagement, so then we can get an idea? It might be sort of similar.
No, I don't know that. I will have to find out. Both Rob and I are kind of holding space in this, so we can find out.
I'm checking with the CFO at the moment around the budget stuff, so if I don't get back in time, sorry for the close of the meeting, I will circulate that out.
Oh, thank you. I'm just concerned about voting for something that I don't know what that means. Do we? So we don't have any. Okay.
Well, maybe what I'll add is that if you decide that pre-engagement is something you want to do and you approve it, we will make sure it's done within the resources that we have in our budget. That's how we will handle it, and that is how we handle a few things in council. So,
can I ask, when we write up things for pre-engagement or for the plant LTP itself, do we put anywhere like this, say, because I know last time, I know you said we went broad, but last time from my memory we picked out a few larger issues and we said, what do you think of those? And we focused on those. So I assume we're going to do that this time as well, but I don't know if that's the case or not. But if we say, this is how much this will cost, and this equates to X amount of rates, are we going to say that? Like, are we going to put a comparison with each one of this would be the implication if you support this on the rate, for rates? Because I know people are very aware of, rates increases, and just so that then when they support something, they know that's the implication. Are we doing that?
I don't have an answer for that, actually. I don't. It's really a discussion for staff to have with councillors if that's something that you want us to do as part of our marketing collateral. But the other point I'd just go back to is we did do particular focus areas in our, and they were largely in the booklet and online. And what we're going to do this year, if we do pre-engagement, is as part of the workshop week, we'll be looking for areas that you might want to highlight that would go into the online material. So it's very easy for staff to transfer anything that comes out of the workshop week that looks like something that you want to be highlighted as part of early engagement, and then we would create that up to go online. So we're not doing it in a booklet, but we would have that online.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I would like to support option one, where we go out and speak at the farmers market and maybe the civic centre and things we've done historically. I think that's important, but a concern for me is, and it's written here, balancing challenges and constraints with the ambition for the City of Dunedin. Also, to what Councillor Houlihan said about the budget, I'd like to see how much money we've spent and if we could cut costs, like maybe not advertising in the ODT. I don't know, but for me, I'm already feeling it's going to be very challenging to adopt and vote for the 9-year plan based on how fiscally tight everything is. And I wondered if, I'm hoping the other councillors are going to take this lens that our financial situation is going to probably halt a lot of aspirations that our community might have going forward. Oh, it's not a question, is it? Can we see those budgets?
So I have contacted the CFO. What I will do as well is we will try and get a costing for what we did last year, just so you can see that. But I can't provide that right now.
Well, just to clarify there, that I have every intention of moving option one, and we've already been assured that the budget is in place. And so, you know, whether it's $500, $5,000, whatever the cost is, I think it's irrelevant, and I'll speak to this when it comes time, but I think it's irrelevant to the fact that what we're talking about here is the most important part of our job, and that's listening to the community. So we've got a question from Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's actually, how long have we done pre-engagement? We've only done it once, haven't we, before?
The last few years we've done it. We did it last year, we did it the previous year, and the previous year to that, but I'm not sure if we did it the last 10-year plan. So it's been since the last 10-year plan and our annual plans that we've done pre-engagement, and then we did it last year for what was supposed to be a 10-year plan.
There was
And
pre-engagement in the last 10-year plan. Yep.
There was?
There was. Yep.
And then we follow with engagement later. Like, I guess I'm getting to the point of, my feeling was that pre-engagement, it's getting close to speech, but often it's not, we worry that we've not engaged enough, and then we bring in a new engagement activity, and then we go, oh my God, well now we've engaged too much. So I'm trying to get my head around when we decided that we needed to do the pre-engagement. And I feel it's fairly recent, as I guess whether it's 1 or 2 or 3 years.
I mean, I don't know any of us can answer that, Councillor, easily, other than to say that yeah, we know that it's been for the last 4 years, and I would say the pre-engagement is an opportunity to get the bigger issues out from the community that allow us to focus on the engagement and the 10-year plan or the annual planning.
I would say that the annual plan pre-engagement that we've done since the last 10-year plan have been very light, so they haven't been like this. It's just that we've done. Last year we thought we were doing a 10-year plan, so it was a big pre-engagement. This one's a bigger pre-engagement again. But previous to that, they have been quite light, just advertisements in the newspaper, and not even a flyer, I don't think. They've been relatively light.
And have we had anything come out of the pre-engagement that is actually, you can point to, that has changed the engagement?
Again, Councillor, that's a hard one to answer, other than I would say that we found it quite useful in the past, but I, hand on heart, without having all of that prepped, I can't say.
I do think that one of the things that we have gotten a lot better at, and I think that has been through understanding our engagement generally, is that there are more communities that understand how council works, and that seems to be not so much a 101 conversation with the community as much as it was, and that people do know, all right, I come to annual plan, I come to 10-year plan. Whereas certainly when I first came to council in 2021, there were communities that I guess I was connected to and coming from that had no idea how council worked and what it meant to come to annual plan or 10-year plan. So I do think that some of the way that we've been engaging has become more sophisticated, and therefore there are other parts of the community who are starting to understand the process more.
Councillor Vandervis.
I'm interested in some detail on the online survey. I've long thought that we could do much better in terms of non-binding referenda for all sorts of things, and that an online survey seems to me to be a cost-effective way of actually throwing a wider net than most of the kind of interactions that we've had in the past, where we see a lot of the same people. When you do, or this proposed online survey that's under 15, early engagement will include, how do you choose who you send it to? Does it go to every ratepayer address? Is there an online option that you're going to put on the rates bill that you send people? How are you going to actually target the online survey?
So last year, the link to the online survey went on all of our collateral. So people, if they got a pre-engagement something, it had the link to get onto the survey. And then it went out with every comms to as many people as we could through social media, through the advertisements in the newspaper, through the booklet that went to households. It was everywhere. And we had quite a number of people engage with the survey.
So it's not anticipated that you will send it out as part of the rates demand, for instance, so that it gets to a really wide range of ratepayers?
We could look at it. We didn't do that last year.
I guess it would depend on the timing of the rates bills going out, as well as a few factors in there. But it's not we should look into that opportunity.
We seem to have exhausted questions, so as I indicated before, I'm going to move option 1 as our preferred option, seconded by Councillor Lafiso. As I started to say before, and I think it's pretty much stating the obvious, that our job is to engage with the community as much as we possibly can. Some may view this as an extra that we perhaps don't need, but I think that given that we have the 9-year plan coming up, and there are a lot of issues that people want, in particular funding for, we need to know what they are and how popular the various ones are, what sort of community support there are on things, and I suppose more in particular, what are people prepared to reduce on, so that we can be looking at budgets and sort of say, well, hey, we can't keep going the way we have been. What does the community feel in relation to cutting costs in various areas, and what are those areas? So I think it's pretty simple, really. In terms of budgets, it's already budgeted for, and when it comes to pinching pennies, I suppose the way is to put it, this is not the place to do it at all, because as I said right at the start, our number one role here is to engage with and listen to the community. Speakers, Councillor Vandervis.
I agree that it's important for us to listen to the community, but the assumption that we are listening to the wider community in our existing consultation, I think, is flawed. Consultation has been a legal requirement now for a number of years, and in my view it has tended to be focused on a range of relatively narrow range of individuals who are wanting to engage with the DCC for usually minority funding purposes, when what we really should be doing is we should be going to a much wider cohort of the population. We should be, for instance, sending the survey out along with a rates bill. When this was done I'm trying to remember where, somewhere in the North Island, they actually got more responses to their survey than they did to the election. They had a greater number of people actually respond because they felt that this survey was something that would actually make a difference. I could support a survey that was really widely distributed, and the chance of people responding to it may be only 1 in 10. But if we got 1 in 10 of ratepayers responding to a survey that went out with their rates bill, where they have a bit of focus on what things are actually costing them, and having had a 7.5% increase, I think that focus would be quite sharp this year. We would get some really valuable information coming back, I believe. Whether we do that now as a sort of second kind of consultation or not is a question which I'm not convinced of. I think we should do it once and we should do it right. Doing it twice in pre-consultation, the idea that it sort of raises the interest of people in the community is, I think, a fanciful idea, quite frankly. People, by and large, are very short on time. They have far too much going on. What they really, if you really want to get people's views, you need to focus on exactly when you're going to be making a decision and give them just time before that to let you know what that decision is going to be about and give them some information on it. In terms of the penny pinching, I disagree with Councillor Ackland. I believe that we need to pinch every damn penny that we can, and that unless we start adopting a very penny pinching attitude, one that I don't believe we've had in the past, we are going to find ourselves in not just a situation where we're restricted in what we can do, but where we may not be able to do our jobs at all. The reprioritising of staff resources required at a time when our staff are under exceptional pressure, I think is undesirable, speaking against early engagement. And the inevitable cost, I think, is also undesirable, since this engagement will all be done again quite soon anyway. I appreciate that staff are looking at doing it a bit more cheaply because they've done this exercise sort of not long ago anyway, and that they're trying to be cost effective in doing it. But my vote would be for option 3, to not have early engagement but make a really decent job of the engagement at the time when it's really necessary and when people can really have an opportunity to think about what's coming up.
Councillor O'Malley.
I'm happy to vote for option 1, but I am conscious of the fact that people do suffer from engagement burnout, and we do have an engagement process to come later. So my real question will be looking at the purpose of the pre-engagement. What did it achieve? And did it achieve a finer focus into the engagement? Then great. But we should probably look at it, because I have a feeling this is a relatively new activity we brought in because we felt we weren't engaging enough. But then I kind of feel we get to the end of it and feel that we didn't get a huge amount out of it. And so I think it needs to be looked at as we go through.
Yeah, from memory, you do get a report on the outcome. So maybe when we present that to you, if you vote for this, there'll be of particular interest to councillors when it comes later in the year.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I guess if you'd asked me to vote on this 20 years ago, I probably would have voted for option 1, but I'm sort of more inclined to agree with Councillor van der Vos, actually, and I would have supported option 2 or 3, and there's a number of reasons, and some of my reasons are slightly different. This 9-year plan coming up is going to be fraught, and there's absolutely already from previous years there's engagement fatigue within the community. Everyone I know feeds that back to me, and I think it was Councillor Gary who said that the bigger issues are clear already, and I doubt if we somehow something is going to spring out of the box and surprise us. I'm also generally quite worried, having been around this table and the community boards for a long time. I think the engagement process itself is pretty fraught, and this is where I probably differ from Lee actually, and I think the process is absolutely weighted against vulnerable people in our community and weighted very much in favour of well-financed, well-resourced groups, and you only have to do a basic Google search to look at the academic data out there on this, which will speak to the socio-economic factors and the cultural and linguistic differences that exist here in Dunedin that play very much against those groups when it comes to engagement. It works against them. And then we have the real issue of money, and I disagree with the chair. I think we do have to be cognizant now, and we'll have to be very cognizant of it when we move into next year around the finances. And we are absolutely clear, and it's everyone around this table is clear of the current pressure that is accrued to the operational part of this organisation. So it is clearly stated as a disadvantage that this heaps further pressure on an already under pressure staff. So the only thing I can support is reducing this from 4 to 2 weeks, but I'm just not comfortable as we sit in the current context of going through another process that I don't think is going to glean anything as we go into a very, very, probably the most important 10-year, by mistake, but it's in essence a 10-year plan process, which is going to be one of the most fraught that local government has ever faced.
Councillor Hurland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have to say I agree with all the last speakers. I think as far as penny pinching, I think we have to. We have to look at every budget and we have to say how much. And I know that might be annoying for some people. It's annoying for me as well. But when people are looking in the public, they're saying, what's that going to add to my rates? You know, they're worried. They're nervous about how they're going to survive from every day, you know, each day to the next. And I think for example, I think it's a real shame we didn't put some pre-engagement stuff into our FYI. It's gone out without it, and I think that is really unfortunate. It's something that goes out any.
Point of order. That isn't correct. That is what the councillor stated is quite different from the facts we were given earlier.
I was talking to the General Manager. What was the comment?
It was around the FYI having information in it about...
No information.
The councillor said the FYI would have no information about the early engagement. We were told that, in fact, it has or it is going to. I think it was had. Yeah, general information. And the link.
Councillor Hurland, you happy to withdraw that?
If that's the case, great.
Thank you.
Great, then that's really good if some information is going out on that in FYI. I also agree around putting information in our rates bill. Everybody gets it, or every ratepayer gets it. So it makes sense to utilise the things we've already got to send out, because to send out separately, there's postage, there's huge costs. If you price actually sending something out to every individual home in our city, or even every ratepayer, it's a huge cost. And sorry, what was that? And so, yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. We've been told we're not posting out and not having that expense, and yet that's what's been stated.
That's true.
We do need to stick to the facts.
Yeah, so let's just stick to the facts, Councillor. Thank you.
What I'm saying is utilising the rates instalment is a great way to do it, because it avoids that. That's what I was saying, which I'll stand by that. So, yeah, it'd be good if I could continue this without getting interruptions every 5 seconds. Oh, my God. So I also want to add that I think our benefits are around ODT advertising. I actually think online is great because it reaches, you can see in the when you get the data back for your online advertising exactly how many people it reaches. It's a great way to do that. Anything online I think is really effective. You get an instant ROI. I think with the paper collateral and the marketing material, that's where you get into a lot more cost. So that would be my feeling on that. And I'd tend to think option 2. And the only reason is I pushed for bigger engagement previously, but I do agree with many of the other speakers, and I've had that feedback too. So many people say to me, we've engaged and engaged and engaged, and they say, what are we seeing for it? So I think we're better to wait for the LTP and do it really well, but have some pre-engagement online. We can actively do that through our Facebook, online advertising, and in a budget that's already there, if possible. Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. It would have been useful to have last year's consultation information with this report, because I have the report in front of me, and last year we had 859 people who did the online survey, so it's 0.06% of our population. There were 400 comments, 70 from the same person with the same IP address. One of the most valuable pieces was actually how you find out information about the council services and activities. So when we're talking about engagement, this is really important. So number 1 was the website, number 2 was the ODT or the STAR, number 3 was Facebook, and number 4 was the libraries. And then we also asked a question, how would you like to receive information about council services? And number 1, again, was the website, number 2, Facebook, 3, email direct, which we don't do, and then, apart from FYI, shall I say, and number 4, the ODT. So I think when we're looking at the engagement, it's a good idea to actually take the facts from the people that have engaged with us about that. I haven't made up my mind yet about how I'll vote, because I really want to listen to what other councillors think about this. Many of us were at the farmers market together. We were on the buses. We went to the libraries, etc. So it's interesting for us to question the value of how our time was spent, and I have real concerns around the cost. I agree that every dollar counts and we do need to penny pinch here, so that's why I was particularly asking about the resourcing. And my real concern about the resourcing is the constant message that I'm getting from staff, that we're getting from staff, is that they are challenged by resources. We've got the strategic refresh going on, we've got the grants review going on, and some of that work is done in policy, which are usually the team that have to analyse all of this information. So I'm really, really concerned about adding that pressure. I've had a look through our diaries. We were snowed under with workshops and meetings, etc. So I do want to think about that as well. I do agree that we should have sent it out with the rates bill, but I think we've missed that. If we were to go ahead, I would be glad to see it cut down to 2 weeks. I certainly asked to see it before it went out, and what we're asking people questions on is we're the people that have to front it. And I feel quite challenged that unless we're going out for something controversial like Aurora, where people have opinions and want to engage, then sometimes people just avoid you at the farmers market. But they don't catch our eyes. When we look at the information that we got last time, there were top 2 responses. So we asked people what we thought they should do, well, we should do more of or less of. And the top 2 responses were do a bit more and about the same on roads, water and waste, social and community wellbeing, do about the same and a bit more on libraries, art and culture, economic wellbeing, parks, pools, gardens and sports facilities, do a lot more plus a bit more on environment and sustainability. So I don't know if those are things that we didn't know beforehand. So I am absolutely committed to representing our communities, and every day we speak to people in our communities, we respond to emails. I do wonder about going out to pre-engagement if we haven't got key hot topics to talk to people about, because it was a little bit last time and people were quite cynical about us going out to pre-engagement, and in the end we did move the ball to this year. When I supported pre-engagement, one of my key things was that trying to help people get stuff into our council budget. So that was, I thought, well, this is a really good opportunity for people to come and tell us what they want so we can put money in the budget, because the LTP is about a budget. But we just didn't seem to get that feedback from the engagement. We asked a bunch of questions, we got some generic feedback. So I am on the fence about where I'll vote for this one.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And look, I started off this item on our agenda with a particular line of questioning. However, I've listened really carefully to the answers staff have given and listened to colleagues, and it's a comment that my colleague to the right made around the core of our democracy and listening to our community that has persuaded me to support this. I believe that I have faith in our staff that they will do this within the budget. I have faith in our staff when they say they can manage this, albeit we know that resourcing is difficult right now, and it's really up to us to make this work. And we were reminded by Ms. Wikaira that this is a unique year, and I don't think she's wrong. This is a particularly fraught and difficult year with all that is going on in local government, around Three Waters and funding, and you name it, it's there. And while I do believe we've had very clear messages from the community, this is another opportunity that I'm prepared to support for us to get a steer from our community. So on that basis, I will support this motion. And I come back to listening to our community, as my colleague to my right reminded me.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I've never liked the term penny pinching. I far prefer by digital fiscal constraint, which to me is the way we need to approach this. So I very much agree with previous councillors, Van Ders and Walker especially, in terms of I can't support option 1. I would prefer option 2 or 3, with a preference for 3, for several reasons. One, nobody is saying not talking to the community. Nobody is saying not engaging with the community. We're saying not pre-engaging with the community. And we're still going to be going out there and talking. Equally, maybe I'm alone in this, but I highly doubt it. Whenever I'm on the bus or in the supermarket or at Mitre 10 or at the farmer's market or walking down the street or having a coffee, there are no shortage of comments and discussions had. So it's not that we're not talking to the community on a daily basis. I think that given everything that is going on within the DCC, in terms of resourcing, I think it would, given we're wanting to do the best we can in the 9-year plan, and there is so much work needing to be done for that, any assistance, as Mr. West said, any little bit helps. So for that reason, and for the fact that we're not saying not to engage and to obfuscate our responsibilities, all I'm saying is not pre-engaging. So I can't support option 1 at this stage.
Councillor Lefiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to I'm sorry, the chair, sorry. I thank in tautoko the chair for moving this motion. To me, this debate is similar to that we had earlier this year, I think, or was it last year, regarding voting for 16-year-olds. Not focusing on what the 16-year-olds would do with the vote, but actually ensuring that they had a choice. And to me, similar in that we're not focusing on what residents will do with the early engagement that we approach them with, but we're doing all that we can to lower their barriers to their participation in society and having a say about the city. According to the report, the priority groups for early engagement are mana whenua, Māori, youth, Pasifika, migrant communities. They're the minority interests to whom Councillor Vandervis dismissively referred to. From my own experience as a member of the Pasifika communities, I do agree with Ms. Wikaira that early engagement has contributed to a growing awareness as to how council operates amongst long unincluded, marginalised society and groups. We're supposed to be a liberal democracy, and if that is to mean anything, it's about ensuring that those who have been excluded for a long time, for generations, and included. And as far as I'm concerned, this vote is about enabling their inclusion.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I've listened to what everyone around the table has said, and I already pre-spoke about budget and also concern for how busy our staff are. My concern will be if we vote for option 1, it will just be the same councillors who attended the market last year, the same councillors who stood at the top of the escalators and engaged with people about Aurora. That doesn't bother me at all, because I know I'll be one of those engaging councillors, and there is only 390 days till the next election. Yes, I am counting. I agree with what most people have said, that listening to the community is our priority, and pre-engagement captures this. As Councillor Walker said, this 9-year plan will be particularly fraught and one of the most fiscally tight that we will probably make, just because of the cost of living crisis and the state of affairs in this nation. It's up to us to make this work, Councillor Gary said. I was very interested to hear Councillor Barker's analysis. I think 2 weeks is a good idea. We need to streamline this process. Budgeting and resources is important, and it would have been good to have some of that previous engagement information in front of us before we make these decisions today. And I also agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Lefiso that earlier engagement is about the barriers that we need to break down, and having the voices heard and making sure we engage with the members of our community that are probably suffering the most in this cost of living crisis. And like Councillor Gilbert said, every day we're engaging with our stakeholders, but this pre-engagement is how we capture and analyse this. So I will still be voting in favour of option 1, because democracy is important, right?
No more speakers. Councillor Wiley.
I've gone back and forth on this and really struggled with actually all the pieces of it. And I think when you look at what we first know is any engagement we go through, 80% of it is the same people or the same groups. And I think the part, though, is that they are going to come back to us, and they're going to have more than one opportunity to do that. And there is also opportunity in many of those groups to engage through other options on this, on what we have. I'm leaning towards option 2 because of the online early engagement. looking at the effectiveness of doing full stakeholder meetings, early engagement. To be honest, we don't even have our heads around what a lot of this is about. We're not going to know exactly what we're going to go to the community with until the new year. Ideally sooner. The goalposts keep moving on us as a council, whether when we look at our budgets and our expenditure, or whether we also look at what central government is introducing to us. So I think the key thing is there needs to be some mechanism for engagement. Do I think it's a full as in option 1 or what's on the screen? No, I do not. But there needs to be some mechanism, so hence why I'll be supporting option 2 should it come up.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm like Councillor Wiley. I'm going backwards and forwards on this and change my mind every 5 minutes. But good comments to be had. I think staff and councillors are most definitely under pressure, and the game seems to be changing every day we open our papers of what our demands will be going forward. I really think that we do have to trim our cloth. The DCC has got a fantastic database, and I think we have to look at that and not shy away from engagement. It's most important, and I agree with the Chair saying that that's our number one priority, is to engage with the community and hear their wants and wishes, really. But I think, sign of the times, I think online is more than enough at this stage. It is pre-engagement, and I'll be voting for option 2 if I get the opportunity. Thank you.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. Like the last 2 speakers, I've been listening with interest, and my view I keep changing my position, and I think Councillor Barker, thank you for looking back to the previous report. I think that was helpful, and I think how people did engage and want to engage, I think it leads me to be more supportive of option 2. And as being said, I mean, one of our key roles is to engage, and like Councillor Mayhem, I'll be there, if we go to the farmers market or at the top of the escalator or on the book bus. I mean, I've been there in the past and I'll be there again, because I do see that's important. But the key thing, I think, is what's different from last year, and having been out there talking to people, there is that a little bit of frustration is that we were there last year talking to you on the very same thing, and what's different this year, and we wanted pre-engagement on the long-term plan. Is that information, you haven't done anything with it yet, so isn't that not really there to inform us on this long-term plan? I don't know that things have changed that much, and as many councillors have said, particularly Councillor Gilbert, you can't go anywhere in the community without people telling you their views on every subject that council's involved in. So I do think, I would like to think all of my colleagues are informed about what the community views. So I do think it is hard, but I think I'm moving to support option 2.
That's it, by the looks of it. So in right a reply. I'm going to start with quite simply that to stop engaging now would be wrong. In my view, we have an LTP coming up, which, as everybody has highlighted, is a very, very contentious one. Our budgets are stretched to the max. Our staff are stretched to the max. And we need to be taking every opportunity that we can to be trying to explain to our community the position the council is in, why it is that costs are so high, equaling rates increases, for example, the likes of the last one. I'm amazed that so many councillors want to reduce the amount of communication or contact that we have with our community. That's why we're here. And when we talk about penny pinching, there's a big difference between key costs that are of huge amounts of money and something like this, which we don't have a price on at the moment. We for some reason it's been built into the budget, but we don't seem to know what it is. I would be surprised if it's exorbitant. But whatever the cost of this is something that we can't really do anything else without spending the money on this, because we we need to take every opportunity to allow the community to speak to us, even if it is 80% of the folk that spoke to us last time, as one councillor alluded to. Option 2 has been floated. Well, I think that's far too limiting, because there are a lot of people that will not engage with us in that particular way. Councillor Mayhem said, is it going to be the same old councillors out there campaigning at every stop? Well, no. It's going to be councillors' obligation to front up wherever they possibly can to engage in conversation with the community face to face. And that's what the community want. If they don't want it, they won't come and talk to us. That's their choice. But we have a choice here right now, and that is to follow through with what most of us campaigned on, and that was to listen to the community. So I urge everybody to rethink and support this motion. We'll take it by division.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson-Pope? Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
No.
Councillor Houlihan? No. Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
No.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
No.
Councillor Vandervis?
No.
Councillor Walker?
No.
Councillor Wetherall?
No.
Councillor Wiley?
No.
Mr Chair?
Aye.
It's 5 for, 9 against. The motion's lost.
Okay, so would somebody like to move something else? Councillor Vandervis.
I'd like to move option 3.
Do you have a seconder?
Looks like it's going to be option 2 then.
I'd like to move option 2.
Okay, so option 2 has been moved by Councillor Lucas, seconded Councillor Wiley. Councillor Lucas. In fact, do we go through the whole debate here, or is this straight to the... Okay, yep. Okay, I'm just going to remind everybody that we've got another 2 standing committees today, and if anybody's getting peckish, you might want to keep that in mind as well. So the mover has decided not to speak. I'll ask any speakers if they could be brief, please. Councillor Gary.
Very briefly, my concern, I will support it, but my concern is how on earth we reach the people who just don't do online. It's a step too far. They either don't have access or it's not part of their world. So that's going to require some considerable creativity to ensure they are included. And I'm particularly thinking of some of the groups that Councillor Fiso highlighted.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Yeah, I'm really concerned about some of the comments around this debate. For me anyway, and I'm sure with many of the other councillors who will probably vote for option 2, is it's not about us not going out and engaging. We engage all the time when we go out, like Councillor Gilbert said, but I'm, like many others, more than happy to go out and do some engagement and talk to people at different things. It doesn't cost anything for our time, so I mean I'm fine with that. My issue is a budget for this. It's my concern that it's putting more money towards it and we aren't able to see a budget for it. I am concerned it's, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 100,000. We don't know. And often we get, oh, well, it won't be too much. It's in a bigger budget. But, ratepayers don't say that. Ratepayers say, why did you spend that money on that? So I'm all in support for engagement. However, we've just had engagement for the annual plan. I'm happy to go out and talk to people for pre-engagement if that's needed, but I think that personally, I think we can do a really good job of engaging with the public by doing it properly for the LTP and putting out some information online prior. I'm more than happy with that, but if people want more, please come to us and ask. We're here at any time. We're all approachable. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
I think most of the councillors who did most of the work in the pre-engagement the last time are the ones who are going for option 2. And I really want to be clear about that. Our opportunity to interact with the community is there all 3 years in between every LTP. And when we're talking about, Mr. Bikairo is completely correct that people are more aware of how to go and interface with the council, but that hasn't just been from pre-engagement, that's also become from plenty of messaging from councillors to say, you have to get ready for the LTP if you're going to be in it. And so we are better at that. We do pre-engagement throughout the intervening 3 years. And I'm looking forward to those who wanted option 1 to be demonstrating their time when we end up turning up to councillor-only events or councillor events, because like I said, most of the people who turned up in large numbers last time are actually going for option 2 this time.
Councillor Vandervis.
I'm not that worried about the cost of this particular option. I think it makes a lot more sense. In terms of the kind of consultation where councillors go to the top of the escalators or go to the farmers market, my experience of that is that I go to the farmers market every week anyway, and I get better engagement speaking with people one-on-one, especially a number of the stall holders who make absolutely no bones about telling me every week what they think is going on, and they tell it to you as an individual rather than as you know, part of a group that's there to consult. To me, the consultation that we do as councillors in our everyday to-day work is the one that really does count. If I go to a supermarket for a bottle of milk, sometimes it's 20 minutes or half an hour before I get out because I bump into that many people who want to bend my ear about one thing and another. And the idea that we need to do pre-engagement as well as engagement in an official kind of capacity. And I go back to what Councillor Wiley said about the kind of consultation that we usually do is usually with the same 80% of the people that keep coming up year in, year out. And I've been seeing them for a lot longer here than most. So I don't particularly mind option 2 because I don't think it's going to be too expensive. I hope certainly it's not. But I do take Councillor O'Malley's point on board as well, that we get people just don't have time for repeated consultations. There's a consultation fatigue issue that we need to be wary of, and we need to direct what consultation we do to a wide group of Dunedin citizens and not the ones that keep showing up here because they can and because they're experienced with the consultation process. So happy enough to vote for it, but would have preferred that we just put all our eggs in the one basket and not bother with a pre-consultation at all.
Councillor Lefeso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Chair. As to putting all our eggs in one basket, I would just like to say that, again, the priority groups are mana whenua, Māori, Pasifika, youth and migrant communities. And whether councillors have been doing their engagement or pre-engagement or whatever in those councillor exercises, that's fine. But for me, mana whenua, Māori, Pasifika, rangatahi and migrant communities are at the forefront of my job as a councillor. So I don't necessarily go to those events for that kind of engagement. My engagement is year-long, all the time, in terms of the relationships I have serving those communities.
Councillor Walker.
I was
just finish by saying one very small win for the environment, knowing that for once we won't have to refill our paper recycling bins with hundreds and even thousands of unread and unopened pre-engagement booklets and brochures.
No other speakers. I'm just going to finish off by saying that I will support this, because if I don't, it'll be such that I didn't support engagement at all. So it's sort of a rock and a hard place. As I said earlier, I don't believe this goes far enough. I agree with Councillor Lofiso and others who were of the mind that we do need to engage as much as we can, as wide as we can, and I'll stand by that, but I will also be voting for this so as not to be voting against engagement. Division, or just a show of hands? Division.
Councillor Barker?
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope? Councillor Gary?
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert?
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Fiso?
Aye.
Councillor Lucas?
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem?
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley?
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis?
Aye.
Councillor Walker?
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Councillor Ackland?
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
We're all on the same page by default. Okay, thank you all. Moving on to the final item on this agenda, which is items for the consideration for the chair. Are there any? There is not. I'll just highlight under this particular item a response to an item for the chair that was raised 2 meetings ago, that this committee is basically null and void, a waste of time. I just note that it's gone for nearly 3 hours. Thank you. I close the meeting at... Sorry, yes, I said over 3. I close the meeting, and we will... Are we going to just have a 5-minute break? Or do you want to do a short lunch break and come back for the next 2 meetings? How do you want to work it? Yep, let's do lunch until what, 1 o'clock?
No, you will need to
Open the...
you will need to open, because we've still got customer regulatory, so...
Well, shall we do customer regulatory now? Because it looks like there's...
What does everyone want to do? Can we have a vote? Do you want to go for lunch now? Or do you want to do customer regulatory now?
Sorry? Yeah. So, sorry, what do people want to do? Hands up, lunch now. I didn't see that properly. Hands up, who doesn't want lunch now? Okay, so it's lunch now. So, yeah, we'll need to open this next meeting and then adjourn it.
Okay.
You can do it from where you are. You can do it from your own seat. It doesn't matter. There's nothing magic about it.
All right. Okay. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you. Welcome to the Customer and Regulatory Committee. We're going to open this meeting now, but I put that we'll adjourn it for lunch break until 1 p.m. All those agree with that? Seconder, Councillor O'Malley. Anyone object to that? No. Okay. I take that motion is carried. Thank you. See you all at 1. Councillors, we're starting the Customer and Regulatory Committee now. Thanks very much for coming. And okay, so I'd like to start by opening the meeting, and let's have a look. What have we got here? We've first of all got an apology from the Mayor. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Wiley. We've got bad cough there. And so I'll move that we accept the apology. All those in favour? Anyone against? Thank you. Carried. Confirmation of the agenda. I move that. Have we got a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Wiley. Second, that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration for the confirmation of minutes, and everybody approval of that. Thank you. Anyone against? I declare the motion carried. Now we've got declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises. And given we've just had a meeting, I assume no one has a change to their declaration of interest? No, thank you very much. All right, I'll second this and I'll move this, and we've got a seconder, Councillor Wiley, thank you very much, that we note that the proposed management plan for elected members' interest. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Right, confirmation of minutes, which we may do another lot. Right. Okay, so I think we've done two of these. I'll move that the Customer and Regulatory Committee confirms the minutes of the meeting held on the 6th of August as a correct record. Is there any discussion on that? And I'll have a seconder, Councillor Wiley, thank you very much. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? Carried. Right, now we'll move to the Forward Work Programme, and I'd like to welcome up Mr. Worthington. If you'd like to come up the front, thank you, that would be wonderful. And sorry, I should have said we've got our General Manager of Arts and Culture and sitting here, Jeanette Waikara, as well in the hot seat, so thank you for joining us, both of you. And now, would you like to, is there anything you'd like to say about the papers before we move forward?
No, there isn't.
No, take it as read. Thank you. You're happy to take questions?
I can try, but otherwise, they might be better equipped for these ones.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Has anyone got any questions? No questions? All right, that was easy. All right. Would someone like to move the motion? Councillor Wiley, thank you very much. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lucas, excellent. Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Anyone against? And I declare the motion carried. Thank you very much. Did we have that up on there? Everybody saw the motion? Okay. Thank you. So that's noting the Forward Work Programme. Now we move to our Animal Services Annual Report to the Department of Internal Affairs, page 25 on your papers. And thank you, Mr. Worthington, for staying with us. We also welcome Kansna Saville, our Team Leader Animal Services. Do any of you wish to make any comments on the paper?
No, I'm happy to take it as read.
Thank you. You happy to take questions?
Yes.
Yes, lovely. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Councillor Gary.
Tēnā korua. I did have a couple of questions. One was around staff safety, and I just wanted to check in with you around dogs and staff safety, and if there have been any incidents in this last period.
No, we haven't had any incidents where our staff have been put at risk.
That's excellent to hear. On page 28, it talks about confirmed unregistered dogs, and forgive me if the figure was in the paper and I missed it, but how many confirmed unregistered dogs do we believe we have in the city?
I don't have the exact number of unregistered dogs that we have in the city. Last year we had a total known dogs of about 19,000. That may include dogs, though, that have moved out of district, but they haven't updated their details with us.
I didn't realise this is on page 29, paragraph 23, around the pound facility. I don't think I was clear on the fact that that is contracted out. How long has that been the case?
I'm not actually sure how long. I know it's been at least 7 years with the Dunedin facility.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, that's wonderful. Have we got, I'll put the motion, have we got a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour? Any discussion? No discussion. All right, we're going to move the motion that we're noting the Animal Services Annual Report. All in favour? Aye. Anyone against? Motion carried. Now we're moving to the beauticians, tattooists and skin piercers bylaw review. Mr Worthington will remain with us, and Carlo Bell, Team Leader Environmental Health and Alcohol Licensing, will speak to the report if needed and respond to questions. Is that the case? You're happy to take questions?
Yeah, happy to take questions, yes.
Thank you. Great. Do you want to add anything, or are you fine with it as read?
Happy to take it as read.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Vandervis.
On page 34, when it talks about the disadvantages of not commencing a review of the bylaw, it says to be a lost opportunity to investigate and address issues relating to this industry. For example, emerging trends. What specific issues have been a problem relating to the industry that the DCC has needed to deal with rather than, say, Health Department?
At this point, or in recent years, there's not really been any significant changes or trends, but overseas there are, I guess there's different sort of, I guess there's some new body modification fashions or techniques, for want of a better word, that probably haven't made its way to Dunedin yet. So be keeping an eye on those kind of changes.
Given that there haven't really been any specific issues relating to the industry as far as the DCC is concerned, why is it that option 1, commence review, is recommended when we don't need to and we could save ourselves the time, expense and staff time?
Yeah, so what I was referring to as changes in the industry, but in terms of issues, that they would be the same as they have previously been around hygiene practices and conduct and the conditions in the premises. So they're not changes as such, but it's ongoing monitoring, I suppose. So, sorry, I don't think I've heard you correctly. Have there been any really specific issues that are of a DCC deal with nature? I mean, you talk about hygiene, that's Health Department. Is there anything DCC that really requires us to just simply not let this lapse? Yep. For context, we're the only agency, I guess you would call it, who actually actively monitor these premises. So the health board don't have any interactions with them. We do, when we do inspections, we do pick up a few issues, generally fairly minor, but they are sort of dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
And what sort of issues might they be?
As an example, I sort of look back at from 2020 to now, we've had a dozen complaints, and a couple would be around cleaning, hygiene,
things like people not using gloves when they're performing certain activities or certain tasks. About whether the premises are actually registered or not, which is a requirement of the bylaw. So there's some examples, and they're complaint-driven examples. When we do inspections, there will always invariably be some sort of opportunity for improvement, but similar sort of nature, to do with the premises, the physical nature of the premises, or a conduct improvement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis. Thank you. I'll just ask a quick question now. Is it correct that every bylaw has to be reviewed by law at a certain amount of time? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yes. Thank you very much. Right, we have quite a few questions. So, Councillor Benson-Pope.
Following on from your comment, Madam Chair, this bylaw review suggestion has been triggered by the 10-year period, I assume.
7.
It is a 10-year period, yeah.
Thank you.
10-year. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I was quite surprised at point 5, where it says there is no national legislation for appearance industries, and then goes on to explain what comes under that. I'm curious as to what sort of crossover, given some of the industry that you're kind of referring to involves insertions, bifurcations, generally sometimes rather invasive things. There's presumably some crossover into, I'm not going to say surgery, but into the health system sphere-y kind of legislation. But if there's no national legislation, how is that managed?
You're on the right lines there with the medical, the interaction with the medical side of things. So there's a piece of legislation, I believe it's called the Medical Practitioners Act. So it'd be things like nurses, physiotherapists who operate, who do some of these procedures or some associated procedures. So they're sort of covered by their training and qualifications. So this, or the bylaw, seeks to kind of pick up some of the industries which are not covered by medical professions.
And so, as I understand it from what you're saying, that ostensibly the bylaw is, among other things, making sure that the premises are registered and they, the inspections are clean, etc. What about the personnel in terms of training? I know in other industries you've got, yes, you do the whole registration of premises. Do they keep it up to a certain standard? Are there practices? But also there's an expectation that there's a base level of qualification. Does that exist?
Yes, one of the clauses in the bylaw refers to training. But the issue is we can't really be specific about the type of training because it's quite variable across the industry. Some areas like tattooing, there's no recognised, standard training program. So yeah, there is a training requirement, but it's a little bit loose or flexible would be a good way of putting it.
And so, with the information we have at the moment on the answers you've given me to the questions, is would it be, how advantageous would it be to have further, deeper, greater knowledge of what's going on and be able to drive qualification or registration in terms of continuing the review?
That's probably a step up from the bylaw because it would be a national training scheme or national qualification. There are conversations ongoing with the Ministry of Health about some national legislation to cover these activities because we're in a sort of a situation where almost 50% of the population is basically covered by bylaws. So it probably suggests that there is a need for some sort of regulation. But until that's taken on at that level, this is kind of our best option as we see it. Councillor
Mayhem.
Hi, just looking at the content here, page 43, 44 and 45, around disinfecting, cleaning, sterilisation, and with particular reference to blood contact in 17.14.1, if not disposable, they must be sterilised. I'd like to see something in the bylaw that insists that disposable needles are used, and something more around blood contact, because blood stays alive for like 50 days, and with the prevalence of diseases like hepatitis here in Otago, how can you be satisfied when you go to inspect a premise? You can't see something that's invisible. They may say to you, I've used bleach, I've used methylated spirits, but is there something stronger we can put into the bylaw around blood contamination?
I mean, that would come later at this stage. I guess we're looking at the bylaw as a concept, so the detail would be discussed down the track. But yeah, with tattooing, for example, there are industry approved and ISO accredited processes for sterilising equipment. So that's sterilising beyond, like laboratory kind of backed up processes. So like using autoclaves, for example. And there's also different types of equipment, some which directly, like tattooists, for example, use, obviously they use needles, but they also use the equipment, that the needle fixes to, which isn't directly in contact with blood, but it still goes through the same sterilisation process. So, there's a lot of industry and sort of detailed options around that, and different techniques. But the reality is vast majority of equipment is now single use, traditionally less so.
But you can't put your tattoo machine in a steriliser. There's nothing in there that says you need to cover it in plastic or dispose of that. Or I just think there could be a little bit more detail in there around blood contact for a safety reason.
Yeah, as I say, that if and when the bylaw would be reviewed, those things would be looked at in more detail. Because obviously this is 8 years old now, so it probably doesn't. There are changes to practices, technology. The single-use equipment has got a lot better. So I know when I first started working in this field, a lot of tattooists, for example, were not. They felt that they couldn't use the single-use equipment, but there are now more options out there. So I think that would form part of a more detailed review.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Just the importance of actually going through the bylaw and looking at paragraph 9. It's going through this process really is about letting the public know that we are focusing on health and safety for our Dunedin ratepayers and obviously visitors to these businesses. Is that a fair assumption?
Yes, it would be, yes.
And probably you may have an answer to this question, but going from 60 businesses in this industry in 2016 to 86, that's quite a growth. Do we know of any other businesses that are growing that rapidly?
Probably haven't compared it to other businesses like for like, but I'd describe it as a steady growth. Not sort of exponential.
But also having that many new people in this industry in Dunedin, 26 businesses, well, that's pretty good growth in that period, would obviously bring a lot of new players to town that probably haven't been through this bylaw review previously.
A fair number would come from Auckland, which has got a bylaw, and then there's be a few from overseas, and Australia and the UK have fairly similar rules, so it wouldn't be unfamiliar to most of them.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, tēnā koutou, and some of my questions have been answered somewhat, but I'll press on. First is, there was a suggestion, why do we need it? And there's only been 12 complaints, but I'm assuming it's to be proactive and to prevent there being a problem. That's the idea of the bylaw, presumably.
Yes, it is, and like I said before, we do pick up issues relatively minor, but we do, yeah.
Moving on to the reason for it, it does give the public confidence that they're engaging with a practitioner that's using hygienic equipment and so on and so forth. How does the public know? Is there, with the previous environmental health approach to food premises, that you see the A on the displayed in the premises. How does the public know that you've assessed it?
Sorry. They would have a certificate of registration, which they are required to display.
And I'm assuming you have good relationships with the stakeholders, because you will have been interacting with them. What issues are you expecting to come up as you do the bylaw review? Are there any issues that you're anticipating?
This is I think this will be the third review, and it hasn't changed drastically at all. So we're not really anticipating any significant changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
How many other councils in Otago and Southland have a bylaw and an inspector?
So our closest neighbours that do are Timaru and Invercargill.
So if someone wants to set up a tattoo parlour in Milton, for instance, they wouldn't be inspected or be subject to a bylaw at all?
That's correct.
And given that there are those that aren't subject to bylaws, what is the rationale for us being subject to them when others seem to function without this level of bureaucracy?
I think I'll just go back to the, I guess, the international picture, and also the Auckland have been had a bylaw for quite a long time as well. I can't really speak for other councils why they haven't taken those steps or what issues that they might have. But yeah, from a health point of view, speaking as someone who's worked in that field for quite a long time, it is a surprise that there is no national legislation to deal with something which is can be relatively high risk.
Councillor O'Malley.
I was just around the inspection stuff. Does I don't know what you call them anymore, Ministry of Health Department, the Health Department, do any inspections as well, or is it just council?
I think the only time they would if there was a significant complaint, which actually led to a bloodborne infection. I'm not aware of any inspections having taken place in recent times at all.
Question then, it is effectively us that determines whether or not sterile equipment is being used in the process.
Yes, it is.
Right, that looks like the questions have finished there. That's lovely. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, so I'll move this motion, and we've got a seconder with Councillor Wiley. And I'll just put the motion that the committee approves commencement of the beauty therapists, tattooists and skin piercers bylaw, and that's divided into two parts, A and B, and B determines that a bylaw is the most appropriate way to address issues relating to beauty therapists, tattooists and skin piercer practices in Dunedin. Now, would anyone like to speak on this matter at all? Lovely. Okay, Councillor Vandervis.
We often complain that we are having to pick up and do a whole lot of unpaid work that is the job of central government. In this case, it would seem that we're trying to do a job which may or may not, in my view, really need doing anyway, and that this proposal is to commence a review 2 years ahead of when it actually needs to be done. It says on page 34 that if the bylaw is not reviewed within the time frame set by the Act, that's in the next 2 years, that it would be revoked after 2 years. I personally think that we shouldn't be bothering to do anything about it in the meantime. We should only do these things as required, i.e. in 2 years' time, if we do it at all. Hopefully, in 2 years' time, central government will actually pick up what is essentially their job, not ours. I don't think we should be putting the time, the effort and the money into doing this at all, this review, and we should wait for central government, if they think it's a problem, and the health department to deal with this kind of issue. I don't think that it's the kind of core service that the DCC should be involved in, and that's why I'll be voting for option 2.
Councillor Gary.
Well, my colleague has obviously never engaged with the services of a tattooist or a beauty therapist, but I think there are some around the table who have. And I, for one, am very glad and thank you to staff who do this important work to keep our community safe. And when we think of what's at stake here, and we're talking Hep B and C, HIV, AIDS, and bacterial skin infections, we're talking about really serious matters here. And the only time that the health sector get involved is when there's a serious complaint, when there's a problem. I, for one, would much prefer to see our community kept safe and for us to be proactive in this regard, which is what this bylaw does. And this bylaw gives confidence to the community that they are engaging with safe practices within the sector. Thank you to the staff. I was interested to know that they're not anticipating any issues. I'm sure they'll hear about it when they do undertake the review. But I affirm that work. Thank you for the work to date, the inspection of properties. And I know from witnessing staff, our staff doing this kind of work in other areas, be it in the building part where our staff go out to do inspections, and I've no doubt this is the same, where they do that educative, helpful, positive approach, and people really appreciate that. So please know that the work you do is appreciated and it's important, and I urge all of my colleagues to support this important motion in terms of the safety of our community.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. I think any protection of blood-borne pathogens is very important. Gloves, including face shields, should be used every time there's a potential exposure to blood or bodily fluids, and I'm talking PPE. Safer procedures and safer devices are the controls to minimise exposure to disease. Some things could be life-threatening, and I don't know that Councillor Vandervis realises the prevalence of diseases like hepatitis C is very rampant here in Otago. Some people don't even know or would not realise that they have the disease until they're tested for it. And these diseases don't show up until they are actually rampant in your body. And as I mentioned before, blood can stay alive for 50 days. Even if you wipe a surface, unless you destroy it with something like bleach or methylated spirits, you could go to a piercing place or to a tattooist and it may appear clean, but you're still having contact with something that is invisible. And I think this is one of the most important things that we could do, is to protect our citizens. You know, this to me is very much a health and safety thing, and it surprises me that beauticians are lumped in with tattooists and skin piercers. You know, pretty much a hair salon and a tattoo parlour have very similar requirements around hygiene, and what we saw to what Councillor Wiley said, there has been an increase in the number of tattoo parlours here in Dunedin since COVID, and I think that we may have reached saturation point as far as tattoo providers go, but we also heard from staff that there are no official training or you know, qualifications or even national legislation around this. So I feel as a council, as a city, as a person who cares for other people, I think it is very important that we make sure we have the most stringent hygiene principles in place around these practices. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. If anybody is in any doubt as to the risks that become involved when you get needles, blood and skin in the same vicinity, go donate blood. The strictness of the hygiene there should leave you no doubt as to what is required. The fact that it is more and more common for people to have tattoos, not always visible, and no, I don't have one, but it's also evident in an increase of more than 35% of business in that sphere in 8 years. It's especially on the rise within the younger generations. In fact, that was the most engaged I've seen the youngest person in the room, who's currently sitting behind the camera. When we've been talking about this, it's the most engaged I've seen him in quite some time. Because his generation, I'm just going to throw you under the bus, don't panic, because it is very popular amongst his generation. Central government, yet again, seem to be blind to their obligations when the Prime Minister Luxon told us that territorial authorities should be focusing on their core activities. I would suggest to him that protecting the health of New Zealanders is very much at the core of central government duties, so perhaps he could follow his own advice.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this, but it was interesting when I went back into my emails and went for a search. I found out that on Monday the 25th of January 2016 we sent out a press release about proposed bylaw changes, and at the time we did dog control bylaw, keeping of animals, excluding dogs, and birds bylaw, and this one, petitions, tattoos, and skin piercers bylaw. Now I sat on all three of those, so it was an interesting mix. That's why I do remember it. If you go back and look at what I'm reading, what I'm looking at, and get about to quickly read out, it did have quite an impact. For example, back then we looked at provisions to allow for mobile and temporary trading. This is for tattooing, skin piercing and beauticians. Provisions for business operators to provide evidence of staff competency and ongoing staff training. Clarification about what constitutes being a registered beauty therapist, tattooist or skin piercer. Distinguish registered operators from unregistered illegal backyard operators. Changing where an operator's licence certificate has to be displayed so the public can easily view it. And a general update of terminology and clarifying definitions in the bylaws with a risk-based approach being adopted. These bylaw reviews do matter. They do need to be done. And when you look at the differences that the 216 made, and then looking at the growth of the businesses between when we undertook that review and this review, it is highly important that we keep up to date right across the city, and it's about the well-being of the customers, which are many of our local residents. So I will support this. It is important to do, and I actually will even volunteer to be sitting on it again because it was quite interesting.
That's very. I thought yes, you were going to offer a tattoo or a facial maybe. Right, Councillor O'Malley.
I think it's been covered by most now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benson Pope.
Councillors, we're pleased to know that I can confirm that the debate we've just heard replicates exactly what happened 8 years ago when this bylaw was first constructed. And I think it's important that much more as we've focused today on piercing and tattooing, that there are a number of electrolysis procedures carried out by beauticians, which also involve skin piercing. So for me, that's really simple. It's a public health issue, and we have a responsibility to make sure our residents and others are as safe as they can be if they choose to follow procedures of these kinds.
Thank you, Councillor Benson Pope. I will speak to this as well because when I left school, I actually trained as a beauty therapist. That was my first career, actually. And I've got some of my very close friends have beauty therapy clinics around the country. And if any of them see this, they'll be saying, Carmen, why didn't you stand up for us? And what I have to say is that there is an association called the New Zealand Association of Beauty Therapists. And to belong to that group, you have to have had a certain level of training. So Sedesco or City and Guilds or iTech, different levels of qualifications that mean you've been trained and that training is recognised. So anyone who displays the sign of the association means that they have been looked at and reviewed by the association and that they have got a certain amount of qualifications. In our city here in Dunedin, the training for beauty therapists is done through Otago Polytechnic. That has been changed over time. It used to be Aoraki Polytech, but sometimes you can go along. They're looking for models often that you can go along and get treatments and try out some of those things for a reduced price, so they get practice. So that I would recommend that. But just to say that I think I will be supporting this because it's really important for safety and making sure that all those things happen in the right and proper way. So I think these things happen for a reason. And just going back to some of the comments earlier, we don't just decide to do this just because we like to. It is government regulated. So just to clarify that, we do it because the government says it needs to be done. And I think it's good it's done because it is, as many councillors have said, for safety. So on saying that, we've moved and we've seconded the motion. So all those in favour? And anyone against?
Recorded, please.
Recorded, okay. Thank you, Councillor van der Vis. And that motion is carried.
Could I just correct myself, Chair? I looked it up. Blood can stay alive for up to 30 days in optimum conditions. I said 50, but that was an exaggeration on my part. I apologise.
Right. Thank you. So we have proposed road stopping, 142 Coast Road, Warrington. And I'd like to welcome up Anna Nielsen, Group Manager Property Services, and Paula Dickel, Property Officer Advisory, to answer questions to this paper, please. Would you like to say anything, or are you happy to take it as read? Thank you. Welcome and thanks for coming. Right. Any questions? No questions? Well, there you go. That was it. Oh, yes, question, Councillor.
I'm happy to move this.
Oh, you're happy to move? Okay, thank you for that. So, thank you, Councillor Mayhem. Can we have a seconder? Oh, right. Seconder, Councillor Wiley. Lovely. So, thank you for that. All right. That's moved and seconded. All those in favour? Anyone against? Motion is carried. All right. Now, we've got a note here, items for consideration by the Chair. Is there anything that anyone would like to bring up for consideration? No, that being the case, I declare this meeting closed. Thank you very much, everyone, for participating. by Councillor O'Malley. And Councillor O'Malley, would you like to say something on that?
Just, well, do you want to go straight into it or do you want to start in 5 minutes?
We'll have a 5-minute break.
Start at 1:45.
Yeah, 5 minutes. We'll start at 1:45. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan's still to come. We've got a quorum, so and it's 2:45, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Thank you. Welcome to the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting of the 17th of September 2024. Marlene, I'd ask Marlene if you would give us the karakia just to open the meeting, please.
Mino tātou, kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō mātou ariki, o ihi karaiti, ko te aroha o te atoa, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu ake amani.
Kia ora. Okay, public forum. We have no members for public forum, so I'll move right on to item 3, apologies. We have an apology from Mr Mayor, who's in Wellington, and from Councillor Fiso for potential early departure. I move that the committee accepts apologies. Seconded, Councillor Wetherall. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Confirmation, item 4, confirmation of the agenda. I don't see anybody waving hands, so therefore I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Oh, Councillor Barker, do you?
Oh, I just had a question that the actions from the resolutions and the forward work plan are not
on the agenda.
On the agenda. Is that just an oversight or?
No, it was a request and a decision by staff.
Okay, thank you. So this meeting was an additional meeting. So I spoke with the chair and deputy chair and decided that the forward work program wouldn't have been updated since the last meeting, but it will be for the next one. And similarly, there are no activity reports because we'd be somewhat out of sync. So you can expect the forward work program action list and activity reports to be at the next meeting.
Any other questions about that? Okay, then I will move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration. Seconded, Councillor Wetherall. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 5, declarations of interest. Can't imagine they've changed in the last hour, so I move that the committee confirms the proposed management plan for elected or independent members' interests. Seconded, Councillor Wetherall. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Item 6, confirmations of minutes from the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting 19th of August 2024. Councillor Barker.
Just have a question around the items for consideration by the chair. And there were 3 items there, and I wonder if there's an update on any of those, or again, is it too close to the other meeting?
I think there's an up. I'm just getting to the actual.
So it was request for the consideration with any new, Councillor Wiley, any new Central City water infrastructure speed limit petition, because that was a hot topic at Waitati, and then there was something to be in the forward work program.
I know that the speed limit one, looking at Ms Benson, we are going to lodge that at the Regional Transport Committee. Yeah, so that's been acted on. The 3 water strategy, I assume, is included in the forward work program. Yep, so now we just got to answer to Councillor Wiley's question about drinking fountains.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I can confirm that certainly for the next project is the Bath Street. We've included in the draft some drinking fountains in the draft plan design of Bath Street. So, it will come down to cost. We have as you are aware, we have a set budget set by resolution. But certainly planning is in there for 2.
Very good. Councillor Barker again.
Sorry, following on from that, I note that there's been an update around the Bath Street project, and I see that it says there's consultation with the businesses in Bath Street about what the layout will be for the coverings for Bath Street, and I wonder, is it coming back to council for a tick-off before it gets done?
We'll be bringing the draft design back. Yep.
Any more questions? Okay, then I move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Infrastructure Services Committee meeting held on the 19th of August 2024 as a correct record. Seconded, Councillor Wetherall. All those in favour? Against? Carried. I assume nobody wanted to speak to it. Item 7, Part A reports. Confirmation of the 2024-27 National Land Transport Plan, funding allocations for transport maintenance operations and renewals. We have Ms. Benson and Mr. Smith. We have presumably all read it. Do you want to make any points before questions? Or just take it as read?
We'll just take it as read, thanks.
Okay, questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Just some clarity around, it's on page 23 and it's paragraph 7, and it talks about how it's been possible to under and overclaim across activities, and I'm assuming that's a bit of a swap around and that's now a no-no, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. In the maintenance and renewal space, we've been able to over and under claim as long as we're within the bottom line funding. Now we have to work within our operational pothole prevention and our walking and cycling classes.
So does it make it more difficult?
It's always a little bit difficult, but it's no more difficult under these classifications.
Would it be fair to say it may be a bit more prescribed?
Yes, it's definitely more prescribed.
Thanks. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for the report. I'm going to go to the, I think it's number 10 on here, but it's in there generally around the approval around the walking and cycling, which of course will disappoint many of us here. Could you just give me maybe a verbal overview of the sort of things that will be caught up in about 13.4 million shortfall? So what are the sort of projects would be affected in the allocation we didn't get? Because I think we applied for 17.7 and we got 4 point something. What's going to miss out?
I think at this stage nothing would be missing out. When we bid for funding, we bid high, we get low, and we budget conservatively for our revenue. So on a bottom line basis, we are fully funded this year for our DCC budgeted programme. But within the walking and cycling, we have footpath, cycleway maintenance and footpath and cycleway renewals.
Following up to Councillor Walker's question, there must be cycling programs that are being wound back.
I can answer that, Councillor Walker. We do have a paper coming in October, which is the result of our new capital bid for the National Land Transport Fund, of which the walking and cycling category classes you are probably thinking, Councillor, is relevant. I'm not telling anyone anything that they couldn't find out, that the walking and cycling new capital activity class is currently prescribed to the cycleway in Wellington, I think in Petone, which has a really large capital cost. So that's the prescription for the next 3-year NLTP, which means that the strategic walking and cycling review that we bring to you, the tunnels trail that we bring to you, those kind of activities as part of the 9-year plan, at this stage we will bring to you without co-funding.
Thank you for that very honest answer.
Any more questions? I mean, it's pretty straightforward what we have sitting in front of us here. Would it be fair to say that basically we have moved our bid around to respond to the government policy statement of transport and indicators of where they would be funding, and while we put those other bids in, we're not necessarily all that surprised that they didn't get funded? Not whether it's good or bad, but whether or not we expected it.
So we had some fairly early indications that this would be an existing asset-driven GPS, government policy statement on land transport, that was looking after the existing asset and business as usual. So yes, our attention was to concentrate on that, to make the best of the funding that we could get from Waka Kotahi NZTA, and whilst that didn't negate the effort that we put into the other activity classes in the transport world, you'd learn to pivot your attention a little bit in that respect. So, yeah.
My last question is going to be, this of course hasn't captured some of the costs that have come upon us with the changes of government policy, notably the speed limit changes. And are you putting together, I mean, I know I've asked you, and I know you're near it, but are you quite close to getting together the actual cost of implementing those changes?
Yep, we are very close to having the cost of implementing those changes. We're currently working through with NZTA what the future looks like, given the fact that the previous government had mandated something around speed restriction. The current government mandates something else around speed restrictions, but is doing that without any co-funding, which is very unusual, and even very unusual for NZTA to understand. So I think there might be a little bit of thinking going on now before we see the final result of the speed limit rule.
It's potential maybe we should go over to electronic signs so we can change them with the change of government. Councillor Gary.
On that matter, I understand that the Mayor of Northland, Moko, they've just put in their speed limits quite recently and have proceeded with it, and they've got their signs and everything in, and they're basically saying they're not going to follow through, as I understand it, the government's direction on this. What are the legal ramifications of a council not doing what the government says in regards to, for example, the speed limits around schools, when we've already done all that work? Do we know what the ramifications of that would be?
I have sought to try and test that with the legal team, because I know that that Timaru is in the same position. They've actually said that they're not going to do anything because they don't consider it a prudent spend of ratepayers' money. I think you'll find that there will be a legal obligation upon councils to follow those rules. But we'll certainly be discussing it with the legal team, and we can let you know what the outcome of that is.
It's fair to say that we're not rushing at the moment ourselves to turn them back either, is it? I mean, we're seeking guidance.
I think it would be fair to say at the moment there has been so much feedback from other councils around speed limits that we need to wait to see what the final rule looks like. It's been a long time coming, which normally means that it's being a while considered. So until we know what that looks like.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
One assumes that LGNZ would be able to provide us with a central position, given that this applies to all the TLOs, saving us the expense of our own solicitors. And you'll be following that up. Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Our council, of course, will have issues that are solely ours, I would imagine, for our council. That's correct, isn't it? Yeah. So are you saying at the moment that around the speed limits we haven't made any decision? Because I thought we'd decided that we definitely wanted to keep the lower limits around the schools for safety.
So the speed limits around schools don't change. It's just that whether under the new rule, it's whether or not they're variable or static. So whether they say 30, just 30, or 30 during 1500 to 1530 school hours. And in some cases, where they're positioned will change, but then there's also the retrospective speed changes that happened, I think, here in Dunedin 2022, that would, under the proposed rule, would have to be revisited.
So if, as a council, we wanted to keep the lower speed limits around schools all the time rather than on pick up and drop off, are we allowed to do that legally? Or would that be something you have to check, I suppose? But
I'll jump in this time, JB, because you've answered that, councillors. We've yet to see the final shape of the rule, and so until we see that, it's really hard to provide definitive advice. So I think it was probably best to wait until then. But as a broad principle, once something's the law, it's the law, and councils are generally, and staff in particular, are required to follow the law.
And you become pretty well known when you've made a public statement that your intention is not to follow the law. Any more questions? Okay, then I move that that the committee notes the confirmation of 24-27 National Land Transport Plan NLTP funding allocation for transport maintenance operations renewal. Seconded, Councillor Weatherall. Anybody wish to speak to it? And I'll just speak briefly to say, in many respects, it's not a particular surprise the way this has come out, and in fact, our bid was set pretty much knowing that. You can see we did particularly well out of potholes. This is a new activity class in Wakakotahi, but it's dear to the heart of the minister. So we're pretty much convinced that if you put the right bid in, you get it. And in fact, that has been the case across the country. So we'll be doing very well for smooth road surfaces. And of course, the strategic decision to go in that direction is that we can get our road surfaces up under this government to a certain standard, which means then we'll be able to allocate money back to the other activity classes as they get funded by different GPSs. So that's as good as we could do, I think, based on the environment we have. And with that, I will put it. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Walker.
Screaming at you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I just briefly wanted to talk about both the budget for cycling just generally and that speed limit review work, because I want to put it on record. I was away at the last meeting and this stuff has all fallen on, it's probably my fault for being out of the country, it's all sort of been heaped upon us. And I just want to speak on behalf of the many groups who have worked for so long in this city, and me part of it in the past actually, to sort of move us towards a society that replicates what is actually happening in the rest of the world. And as I travelled on this recent trip in Europe, and I walked through many pedestrianised city centres across Europe, and hopped on and off public transport and hired bikes that were available by the side of the road, and borrowed bikes off friends, and cycled on very friendly biking infrastructure. I ended up posing myself the question, why in the world of 200 nation states is New Zealand suddenly right and everybody else is somehow wrong? And that's going to be my starting point from now on, because the announcement from the government by halving an already woeful amount that was allocated to walking and cycling is a retrograde step that takes us backwards, and it takes us backwards as a city, because the work we've done here we should be proud of, but we sort of have to, for me now, we're getting a big fat full stop in that work. And quite frankly, I find it embarrassing that we're not going to do what the rest of the world is doing, and that is progressing in a way that respects the rights of everybody to transport themselves in the way they want to do. And I will point out, I defer to what's happening in Europe and in fact Asia. Look at South Korea and Tokyo, which I passed through on the way as well. Great job. Their job is not to demonize the car. They actually create policy that also gives the opportunity for all of those who want to drive their vehicles, but alongside that they provide great space and investment for those who want to do it some other way. And going on to the speed limit review, again, I find it perplexing and tremendously embarrassing. And it's likely that, like all of us, I will still, when this policy is enacted, most likely will still be elected members. And I find it astounding, and I hope it's the first and the last time any government signs a policy that goes against all internationally peer-reviewed evidence. So signing into policy something that will cost lives. Thank you.
Any other speakers? I will actually reply to Councillor Walker, because I think it's a particularly relevant sort of position you're taking on that. For my take on active transport and other things that is definitely not supported in this government policy statement on transport is that there's still a lot of planning and other work that can go ahead, and you go ahead with your activities as best you can based on the environment you work in. It is unfortunate though, I mean, and my feedback to Wellington in general is that we cannot have, with a change of government, such sweeping changes that come across our government. I think there's a lack of respect for local government from central government now, and a complete and utter misunderstanding of the level to which we deliver very large amounts of government delivery. And when a political position can be so great that it swipes out everything from the other side, that's wasteful government. I acknowledge that you have a right, every government has a responsibility to represent the voters that they came in on, but we've got to be careful that we don't just swing so much from one side to the other and scrap everything that the other person's thinking about, to the extent that the waste in the middle is enormous. And this is definitely the case with the speed limit reviews. The only thing I can see in there is waste. It's my right of reply, Councillor. Just the point is it's the last speech of the so, in many respects, we are responding to a lack of communication between central government and local government for the outcomes of local communities. And I wouldn't necessarily say that this government's the only government that's never done it, but it's definitely even more extreme. Okay, and with that, I'll put it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Item 8. Local water, well done. Water service delivery plan requirements and processes. And I will have Mr. Ward and Ms. Canton and Ms. McKenzie, I believe. Yep. Oh, and CEO. Everybody's here today. Well, thank you. The report itself is not that long, but there's an awful lot of attachments that come on the end of it. Do you want to comment on anything, or we'll just go straight to questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have got a few comments just to preface before we start discussing this in detail. There's a lot of work that's going to be required to go into these water services delivery plans. It's going to take a cross-council cooperation. There's legal aspects, obviously, operational Three Waters aspects, there'll be financial aspects, etc. So this report is very much about process as opposed to what this council wants to put into its water services delivery plan. There is another bill to come, which is in December. I'm just flagging that's going to be quite a crunch time, because at that stage we will then have all the information we need to start to put together another report to you.
Happy Christmas.
Well, that's partly why we've got Nadia and myself from legal involved in this, because we will need to do a bit of a tag team approach in terms of one of us will probably be writing a submission, the other one will be writing a report. We haven't gone into any detail about models in here because although we've got guidance, we would really like to see the law, and that comes out in December. And there's a lot of conversations still to be had, so there are consultation obligations. So we've set out what we think is a sensible process given the information we have and when we know it will come, so that we can get to the goal on time. That's all I just wanted to say.
Thank you. That's actually been quite useful. Any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora, everyone. I want to ask questions about regional collaboration. This is the bit that's concerning me, and the mayoral forum. And I've raised issues that I believe around the mayoral forum and the decision making around this. I see in here that they asked us to seek feedback on the following 5 options in about 3 seconds, which I was a bit disturbed about, and then they were having another meeting on the 23rd of September. I do note that staff are recommending that we continue to engage fully. I'm just concerned about, is there a mismatch between what's happening regionally and what's happening locally? Are we just going to go on our own path, or how's it going to work?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. At the last mayoral forum, and Mr McLean was there, but I have been briefed, there was a push to try and progress things very quickly in a 2-week time frame, which came as a surprise at that particular meeting. Mr Mayor very clearly said that this council didn't have a position and that we were highly unlikely to be in a position where we would meet that time frame, hence the advice from staff, alongside what Carolyn has said. There is another meeting. Just for councillors' awareness, Clutha had a report on their agenda. I understand they didn't make a decision either. Waitaki are considering it, and so are Queenstown. But it's our very best advice to you is that it is too soon for council to take a position, regardless of what the regional group might want us to do. That said, not having a position doesn't stop us being fully engaged still in the regional conversation.
Thank you. So I tried to look up the minutes, the agenda, etc. from the September meeting, and I couldn't find anything online. Was there anything provided to council about the agenda and the reports for this meeting?
I've seen the draft minutes, but as they were draft, the Secretariat wasn't enthusiastic that they be shared publicly because they haven't been confirmed as accurate. So all I can say is that as we have characterised it in this section of the report is what went on and what was asked of us. That'd be fair, Mr McLean?
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
I'm going to follow up with Councillor Barker's question. How do we set the LTP up if we don't have that sorted?
When you say that, Councillor, what do you mean?
What relationship we're going to do in terms of water services provisional and whether or not we'll have a cooperative model, whether we're going it alone and that. I mean, won't we need to be a certain distance into that decision to be able to establish our budget?
So in the report we suggest in the timeline, which is one of the many attachments that you alluded to,
right now, yeah.
A decision in principle from this council in January, which will align with budgets and potentially with regional collaboration.
That was my question, really. So in the decision in January, are we making that because we know what our neighbours are doing, or we're going to our neighbours with what we've decided to do?
I think it's too soon to be able to answer that, to be honest.
Cool. Okay, Councillor Walker, and then I've got Councillor Gilbert and Councillor Lucas.
I'll try and put this into question. Interesting paper, but also very frustrating because of the unknowns. So I'm seeing the nodding heads. Now, actually, I think Mr Miller's summation yesterday was hit the nail on the head. But the one thing that stood out for me, and I'd like some thoughts around this, is that in the paper seems to be a sense that there's a lot of pressure from the government to do this quickly. And on the other side, if you do want to go down the collaborative approach, to do that quickly may equal disaster. So, I mean, rushing something is often a way to do it badly. So if we did decide to do that, is there any concern around the timeline requirement by government?
I think Ms Canton alluded to how difficult the time frame is and how much uncertainty there is, and there is risk regardless. What you can be assured of is that officers will work to give effect to whatever council decide to come up with the best solution we can for the delivery of a water services plan.
Sorry, I guess it's more of, for example, say we wanted to collaborate with entity A and B, I won't name them, and they have their own internal issues around going collaboratively, and just the time involved in creating those decisions surely has potential, not necessarily.
There is the ability in those sort of circumstances to apply for an extension, but we have to submit the the water service delivery plan, we have to make sure we've made that request for an extension 1 month, the August date. Yes.
Can I, if I may, Mr. Chair, just ask another question in relation to that? Were we to have a plan come September, and then we decided that entity A, they asked to join us, are we then able to modify the plan to include entity A?
There's provision to request an amendment to a plan that's already been accepted. It does have to be for quite exceptional circumstances. Yeah.
Cool. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Going back to Councillor Barker's comments and questions about the Mural Forum and the minutes and the agendas, etc. Am I correct in saying, because I've had a search through my inbox and the only reference I can find is saying you need to go looking for it. Ostensibly, I'm paraphrasing, basically that in the March meeting minutes will be approved in June and they'll then be uploaded to the Mural Forum website. Is that the only, am I correct in saying that's the only place we'll ever find them?
That's the place where the Secretariat formally put them.
Is there a facility for them to be distributed, and potentially is there any way of getting them through sooner? Because we're talking about trying to make decisions about trying to know what's going on, but when you've got the minutes from March not being confirmed until June, which is presumably then when they'd be released, which is, by my maths, at least 3 months after the fact. Yep. It just seems like there could be a better option for us to be informed about this sort of stuff.
Look, I'll take that feedback and pass it on.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand, regardless of what entity that we have our water services in, they need to have their own annual report. They're not part of our LTP, even if they're in-house. Everything needs to be done separately. We need to consult separately as well, regardless. So everything has to be done separately, regardless of the entity that we're in. Is that correct?
For the next LTP, I'm expecting water to be part of that LTP because we won't actually have our water services delivery plan adopted by then. But in the LTP that is 2 years subsequent to next year, at that point, the water will be dealt with in a separate way as part of a water strategy, and there will be a separate annual report in regard to whatever the water entity has done, whether that is as in-house, a CCO or a joint model.
So to be clear for that, for our LTP, we'll have all 3 waters in our LTP when we adopt that by 30 June 2025. But from then on, we'll be separately reporting and planning for water, regardless of what model we choose. I just want to get it clear in my head.
Yes, that's what we're expecting. We'll know for certain come December.
Sorry. And my other question is, it talks often in here about being financially sustainable, and about water not subsidising other services, and I presume vice versa. But in our case, if we look at our budget, we don't currently have a balanced budget. Primarily our deficit is in water. So in order to answer this question, or to satisfy this about being financially sustainable, our water, and I know this is Councillor O'Malley's point, our water charges will need to go up significantly to be able to meet the requirements of what will become in the Act, I imagine.
It's very, very clear that effectively your water charges or your rate allocation for water has to be spent on water. And so effectively it's an isolated circular arrangement. So we are in a situation where we actually are spending more on water than perhaps, other councils. But in the future, it will have to be contained within that framework. The other thing just to note is that we have to be able to show financial sustainability by 2028, which is why we're expecting that effectively we'll be able to implement this so that it all takes effect by the LTP in 2 years' time.
And again, through the chair, ask a follow-up question of Carolyn. The definition of financial sustainability is where? In here?
3 parts.
But is it defined? Will there be regulations? Oh, go with.
There's the definition is within this Act, and it's to do with investment and the meeting the regulatory standards. There's a lot of guidance as to how we show that in the plan. Yes.
I wondered if you'd be able to go to page 56 and then describe the 5 models that have been sitting out there for as much as people watching as is for the whole of the council. So you've got the in-house model as number 1, and then single council owned, multi-council owned, mixed council, consumer trust and consumer trust owned. Because I've got a few questions on each model after that, but could you just give a quick rundown for Oh, it's 50, electronically it's 56 on mine, it could be 57.
I think the rundown is nicely captured on page 57 of what each of them is and the differences. But we're happy to, for the benefit of the meeting, go through each of them.
Oh, the reason I wanted, I could ask the questions all the way through, I guess, is in the case of the council-owned entity or council-run entity, that's effectively a business as usual environment, correct? Except there's going to be some components around budgeting and reporting, because it's going to have to be ring-fenced. You'll get a single rates bill, but it'll have 2 components to it: the general rate component and the water bill will be specific, and that has to be a self-contained and viable spend in itself. Is that correct? Is that a reasonable description of number 1?
Yes, it is. So effectively that means that Three Waters is still delivered by Dunedin City Council as an internal team, but whereas Three Waters does that at the moment, as part of the overall council framework, Three Waters will effectively be ring-fenced artificially within council, so they still will be part of DCC, but the funding that goes to the Three Waters team will have to stay within the Three Waters network.
And will they be separately regulated as well? So there'll be a regulator.
Yes.
Yep.
So that'll be the main additional change, right? Is that the Commerce Commission is proposed to also have regulatory oversight over the charging and the costing of this, which it doesn't at the moment. Then if you go to option 2, single council owned, this is quite like a CCO structure, right? And then the multi-council owned is a multi-council owned CCO structure, correct? And then the next one is the consumer trust model or council consumer trust mixture model, right? And is that similar to what came out of electricity reform, where there were consumer trusts as an option for lines companies at the time? Yeah, I think it seems fairly similar. I want to go back now to the funding of each of those, because LGFA funding is available for the first 3, but not for the last 2, I believe. Is that correct? And then the other question I want to know is that currently the debt ceiling is 250% for council borrowing, and 500% for water entities, but that does not include 500% debt for a ring-fenced council water activity, does it? Even though it's been completely ring-fenced and financially defined.
That's absolutely correct. So for number 1, an in-house model, the council would not have 500% as of right, but for options 2 and 3, if it's a council-owned CCO or it's a multi-council-owned CCO, then they would be entitled to 500%.
And that's LGFA. And then the other 2 are not even, I guess because they don't have a council activity and enough council activity in them, that's why they're not available. LGFA money's not available for those last 2 options. Yeah. Cool, thank you. And I see that stormwater is definitely going to stay with the councils. And my question is, what do we know about how do we do the bill for stormwater if it stays inside council? Do we have a third part of our rates bill?
We've only got the guidance on this so far, so obviously a lot of the stormwater detail will be out in December.
Yeah.
But from what we can see, council will still be legally obligated to, as far as stormwater goes, but we'll be given the flexibility as to how we operate it. And as far as charging goes, there'll be no change initially that for stormwater, it would still be collected by rates. But while it's not shown in the guidance, I can see in the cabinet paper that there is provision for another water organisation to charge for stormwater. So it's there's still a lot of questions.
Thanks. And I was looking at further down. There's an example on 78 on my agenda, so it'll be 78 or 79 on others. And it's the financial. It's an example of what would happen in a particular Council A's proposed projected rates changes in the current LTP, and they're talking about. And this, I guess, is probably Mr. Ward is probably the person to answer this. That there can be savings made in the operational expense because you're now going to move all your capital investment over to debt. How many times have we paid for capital investment and operating expenses now? Because I'm looking at this so-called shift in efficiency, and I'm like, I don't see. Have we paid for most of our operational activity? No, most of our capital investment and operational spends? I wouldn't have thought so. I thought we'd tend to do it with capital debt.
Yeah, exactly. Quite simple arrangements, partitioning capital funding for capital works and equally operational activities out of operational revenue.
So I am actually having a lot of trouble understanding page 79 because there are purportedly large savings all through there, and I can't see it being any different from business as usual. So can someone explain to me how it is different from business as usual and how those savings could be achieved? And if you can't, just say you can't.
Not studied it fully at this moment, so we're still working through. So an example of the body of information that we have to work through and satisfy ourselves it's as we expect it to be.
And now back to regulation again. Are we going to have our plan in place by effectively September of next year? And in terms of the Commerce Commission and setting, are they going to be in place to be checking our charges at that time?
There's a timeline at the back of the guidance. I'm not sure.
End of 2026.
Whether it's in this paper, but there's a timeline actually on the DIA website as to how the timeline of regulation works. For instance, with Watercare at the moment, there's an interim Crown Monitor type situation. So I'd have to find that timeline. I could forward that to you separately.
Yeah, I think I sort of got it at the bottom of page 90. It says Commerce Commission is expected to set the initial requirements for information disclosure from 6 months from the commencement of legislation, and then it's got by early 2026. So I guess that's the second set of legislation, and we've got still about a year out before we'd see that. Okay, cool, thanks. Okay, that's it for me for questions. Any more questions? Councillor Barker.
I don't know if you can answer this. If I was just, if we go back to the mural forum, because that's the thing that the rest of it. They had 5 options when they were looking for the feedback. And I know we're not going to give feedback, but the 5 options are very different, it seemed, from the 5 options that were being presented by government. So I wondered if there was an explanation for why those are so different.
The originated prior to the government's models being available, and it was through a first principles
analysis that's where they emerged from. So we're now looking at, I think that's the point that Chief Executive Graham was trying to say in terms of the convergence. So we're not looking to make hasty decisions here. We've laid out a process and a timeline and want to make sure that there's good solid convergence in the thinking from the region and from yourselves.
And I'll just add, sorry, it might not have been clear, we did allude to this in the report that I think paragraph 38, because they don't align, we think that's one of the reasons why Council should follow the timeline that we've suggested rather than rush to a position now without being able to be properly advised.
Okay, my other question I just remember was around the working group's term of reference, because when I go back to the triennial agreement, I think it talked about, I've got to track changes, so it's quite difficult to read and you don't have it in front of you, so this is probably unfair, but it did talk about that any working groups were supposed to have their terms of reference come back to the mayoral forum, so therefore that should probably be shared on the website so that we would know what the terms of references were, because my concern is that we are doing a lot of work, council staff are doing a lot of work for something that seems to be diverging from the work that we need to do as council.
So what I would say, there's two parts to this, and I'll come back, if I might, to the process question around the terms of reference. But Mr Ward has taken a lead in this work so that we, for a good part of this work, have been able to ensure that it's been valuable for us. But at some point, there was a chance that it might start to diverge. And I think your point is well made, which is why we are suggesting now that we've got a time frame that we need to follow, and while we'll still collaborate as we can, we've got a statutory deadline that we need to meet and advice we need to provide to council. As to the mayoral forum stuff, it's the same as my answer to Councillor Gilbert. I'll follow that up.
Sorry, can I just make one point? Just in regard to these 5 options that have been put forward by the working party, I just want to point out that they are different to the models that have been put forward by the government, but the government's list is not exhaustive. So there are options, for example, for this council or other councils to have management agreements. There are lots of ways that this could pan out, but to the chair's point, there's a lot of financial analysis that needs to be undertaken, and that was what I was alluding to in my statements at the beginning, is that this is going to take a cross-council approach, and we're going to need a lot of input on the financial aspects.
Guess sort of to your comment there, is it fair to say that you can have a core model that each individual council might be operating in? It could be running by itself or working in a cooperative with 2 other councils. But then those 3 councils can have another arrangement which is independent of their day-to-day operations. Could be a co-procurement or information exchanges or something like that, that's not sitting in this current description of legislation but would be supported by the government if you could put it together, or at least wouldn't be opposed by it. Yeah.
That's absolutely right. So as part of this process at staff level initially, we'll be looking at all those sorts of options and looking at, from a financial perspective and from various other aspects, what is likely to be more attractive or not.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Chair. My understanding is with under the models they've given, I see what you put there is slightly different, but that and Councillor O'Malley mentioned it before, that only a CCO would get qualify for the 500%. But if we operated, say, as we are now, and as a council within a council, we'd still get 250% under LGFA. Is that correct? Just not the 500?
As the limits are currently set, it would be 250, but there is always an ability to discuss directly with LGFA about having different limits.
Would it allow us to do, the only difference is that under a CCO you get 500%, whereas if we stay as we are now, we just have the lower limit for lending, which we might be able to negotiate. Is that the way you see it?
Yes, that's absolutely correct.
And do you see any barrier to us being a council that could go out, like had been discussed at other meetings, and offer services to other councils, but not run their thing, but contract some of their work? Do you see that as a possibility under these suggestions that they've put here?
Yes, and that's part of the process that we're wanting to go through, is we want to have more discussions with our neighbours and understand exactly what everybody is wanting, but there are absolutely options that are available.
What I would just observe is that every council thinks they have services they can share. So at some point there will be a glut in the market of services.
And
every council? Anyway.
So if say for example we stayed in our own like we are now, but the other councils that we might want to contract to were in CCOs, is there any issue with that?
Not necessarily. We'd have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah. And because the way we do our budgets, they're sometimes like spread over all departments, and it's like, how will we, what will be I suppose we don't know yet. Probably the answer is we don't know yet, but I'm wondering about implications budget-wise. Say, for example, if we stayed as we are now, would it be ring-fenced, or could it be the way it is now if we stay like this without having the 500%?
It's mandatory that the funding is ring-fenced.
So can I ask, at the moment, with the money we have for Three Waters, we predominantly spend on Three Waters anyway, so what difference do we know at the moment? What would that, what difference do we see that would make to us?
I'll try this one. So at the moment we exclusively spend, I would say, Carolyn, the money we get for water on water. So not predominantly, exclusively. And at the same time, we're running a deficit that also covers Three Waters. So Three Waters is actually beholden to the rest of the council organisation at the minute. So I think Councillor Lucas raised the point earlier. What would change is that somehow between now and, is it 2028?
Yes.
We need to get to a position where we're financially sustainable, so that deficit would need to be covered by those ring-fence costs for water.
Thank you. So at the moment, the only option this government is giving us for that is debt. Is that right? To take on more debt? Take on more loans that then become debt to become financially stable. All they're saying is you can lend more. Is that the scenario?
No, not really. It's not that simple. It's quite complex, and we're still lacking information around the detail. So that's one of the reasons that we are not recommending, but suggesting that we wait until the legislation in December, get a better sense, and then present something for council to make an in-principle decision in January.
I'll touch it on in my speech, but given that most councils have underspent in Three Waters in the history of local body politics, I can't imagine there's a council that was buying stuff out of the Three Waters budget. But anyway, any more questions? Okay, then if there are no more questions, then I'm going to move, and it's quite a long one, so I'm going to read it out quickly. I'm going to move that the committee notes the council must prepare a water service delivery plan and submit a water service delivery plan to the Secretary for Local Government by 3rd of September 2025. B, confirms the proposed timeline and processes subject to amendment required by further government direction and further legislation. And C, notes that the proposed process includes further discussion with other territorial authorities and mana whenua and public consultation regarding potential water services delivery models. Seconded Councillor Gilbert. Does anybody wish to speak to it? I always do that. I shall start. In many respects, what's in front of us now is more or less what we expected was going to come out, and the big thing that we're going to be choosing really is what model that we'll go forward with. don't want to appear too predetermined, but at the moment we are delivering it in-house, and I feel that in the work that we did with the previous government, trying to demonstrate that it didn't need to come out of house, that we have actually put ourselves into a fairly good position. And I would say that at this point, I would think that was probably where we may go, but obviously that will be a will of council moving forward. With the mayoral forum, it is absolutely critical, and the mayor has done a good job of actually saying the council doesn't have a position yet, but when the council has a position, I will be expecting that he will attend the forum presenting our position, and I would hope that the other mayors of the other councils will be in the same way. And I do talk to other councillors from other councils, so I also get a sense of whether or not their mayors come back or not, and it's a mixed bag. And we will have to have that sorted out by this time next year, basically. So, and probably it would not hurt to have a very good understanding of where we want to go by the LTP, because it has massive implications on how we'd fill the LTP budget out. The 500% versus 250%, it depends on your structure. This is, in my opinion, this is a political movement in the background that transcends whether you're left or right in Wellington, because the previous government was trying to take the asset and put it into a business model, which was the water entities. This government is essentially saying you're allowed to stick with this if you want, but except for the fact that you'll have unfavourable lending, because everybody else will be able to have double. I think we can still sit inside the 250 cap and still fund our three waters, but that's going to be tight, and it'll also be tight based on whether or not LGFA allows us to separate Aurora's debt out from our council debt or not. So there's quite a lot of discussion with LGFA to go forward, and I think these are the financial considerations taken into account. It has been said that if you're allowed to go to 500% debt, I don't know how that those entities, if they get to that level of debt, are going to be able to maintain their credit rating. And that level of debt normally puts you into near junk bond status. So one of the questions that's still not answered by the government is, if they do allow these entities to go that level of debt, how are they going to protect their rating and make sure that they don't end up getting hit with higher interest rates? And also, I'd like to remind you that in all the legislation that's gone through to date, there is no government guarantees for any of this debt. So a water service entity could take out 500% debt, and yet it is not government guaranteed debt. So I don't know what happens if they get themselves in trouble later. And the last one, I just already commented on it. There's a whole separate section in there talking about how to make sure that councils absolutely ring fence this and they don't go spending it on anything else. Name me a council that has dug into its three water spend and gone and spent it on something else. The main issue is that their three water spend has been about 50% of what it should have been for all those years. So I think that sort of heading into this, I think we're fairly well set up. It will be good if Otago and Southland can get together to come up with some level of cooperation, but that doesn't require that we become identical entities across the region. I think each council should shoot for what is best for its own. But certainly, in much the same way that we run the Regional Transport Committee, it's actually good for the councils to be in the same room, talk about the same issues, and talk about where we have commonalities, where we have differences, and work together where the commonalities can come. So I think that will be one of the positives that will come out of this. It's really just, everybody says it's this time of uncertainty, but the one thing that's always certain is we know what our asset is, we know what we need to do with our asset, and my feeling is we concentrate on it until we know otherwise. Rather than not act because we don't have clarity which way or the other. So I feel fairly confident we can go forward and set up the LTP, but by that stage we will definitely need to have a firm understanding of where we want to sit and what kind of plan we want. Any other speakers? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Gosh, this is being a long and arduous process, and I hope that one day we will sit here and make a decision and have it carried out, because the goalposts have changed a lot. I brought up the mayoral forum process because while Councillor O'Malley says it's good for councils to be in the same room, if it's padded and there's no noise escaping and we don't know what's being discussed because we can't see the agendas, etc., and then we're being asked in here to seek feedback on something that's quite different from other things, that's really annoying, quite frankly. And how are we supposed to work together if this mayoral forum process isn't working? And I've brought it up, I went back through my emails a number of times around the mayoral forum, whether it's working or not, and how the information is coming through, and I brought up about here, there are 5 different options were different to the government's 5 options as well. So that's, but anyway, we'll put the mayoral forum to the side, and I think it's for us to make our decision about what's best for our communities and our water, and I think we're on a pathway to do that. I was really pleased to see the timeline and all of the information packed up in here as well, because I think that gives us a bit more clarity as we wait for whatever happens in December to come through. We certainly need to get our own house in order, and I think we've actually probably been a good council about making sure that we're really well informed on our water and making sure that we're going ahead with a good plan. It's good to look at understanding what financial sustainability is, because I know I saw the definition through there and about keeping the finances ring-fenced. I also really took on board about the from staff, there's lots of work to do, and there's cross-council work, legal, financial, etc. And earlier this morning we were making a decision that was around pressure on staff as well, and when we look at all the legislation changes and stuff, we do need to be aware that there's all of this stuff bubbling around in the background, and it'll be interesting to see what the government bring us in December for a Christmas present or not. Anyway, I think we're on a good path to some more difficult decisions.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to say, no matter who was the mayor, I think one of the most important things we have in this situation is our mayoral forum, because we've got to get all the mayors together and talking, and that's the start of it. Once we've got that momentum, we can then start to build on those relationships to move forward, because there are opportunities for us to work together with some of those other councils. And I think, it makes sense for us to welcome that to some extent, whether that, that might be that we keep our services in-house but contracts and work to them, or there could be lots of different options. It seems to me that in this, while change is annoying, that there does appear, I'll say nervously, to be more sort of flexibility with these options, that we could look at quite a few different things. And the main restriction is the lending percentage. Something I just want to say around the mayoral forum is that I know our mayor has come back to all of us with emails and feedback around what was discussed at the mayoral forum. So I don't know what else we can ask of a mayor, really, to be honest. And I think until we have, as a council, a set decision, but no council can have that until they have all the full information. All we can do is build on relationships, talk, and see what other councils are thinking of doing, and that's really valuable. So I think talking keeps the doors open, and it's really good to have that communication. So I think I'm fully in support of the mayor's meeting regularly. Thank you.
Councillor Van der Vis.
There are a couple of things on page 29 which seem to me to be in opposition. If we look down the bottom under 17, you've got A, ensures that all relevant quality standards will be met for stormwater, wastewater and water supply networks. So we will meet all the regulatory quality standards. And then B, it says, is financially sustainable. Councillor O'Malley has claimed that we haven't, for many, many years, I think he said forever in fact, we've been underfunding water by 50%. If I've heard him correctly, that would suggest that we've had 100 years of underfunding water by 50%, got away with it most of the time except for 2015 when the mud tanks weren't cleaned. And the majority of the population of Dunedin have been reasonably happy with us spending this much lower amount. We're now in a situation where we're no longer financially sustainable because we are putting far too much money into the water services. And we've been doing this since MP Mahuta's
Point of order.
Waters
Point
tobacco.
of order right there. We've already determined, and you apologised at the time for using that term, so I'm going to basically rule that you refer to the minister as either minister or ex-minister, or withdraw the statement, but please do not refer to her as MP Mahuta.
Is it not true that she's an MP?
Not in the context that you're saying, and I've already ruled.
Right. As I was saying, fools rush in, and we rushed in and hired an extra 15 staff for a imposed system which originally was supposed to be an opt-in or opt-out. And we were promised this, and when 60 out of 67 councils decided to opt out, we had the system forced on us by someone who has got a current position that I'm not allowed to mention.
Councillor, can I just talk to the item, which is the current government's position on water, because you are speaking to the previous government's position on Three Waters reform.
I'm speaking to our history of fools rushing in,
fair enough.
and speaking to the problem that we have created for ourselves, unprecedented and unsustainable level of debt. And this unsustainable level of debt that we are already in is quite contrary to Councillor O'Malley's previous statement, suggests that we are in a good position. I don't believe we're in a good position at all. I believe we're in a position where, although we have spent a lot more money on our water asset, and it's a lot better than most other councils around us, and for this reason, I believe that working with councils like Balclutha, Queenstown, or Wellington, come to that matter, would be a big mistake for us, since their systems are all in much worse condition than ours. We still, however, are not in a good position, in that water is largely the reason we now have unsustainable debt, and the plan is to keep spending, I believe, in excess of what we can afford, and going against the idea in 17B, that we should be financially sustainable. Councillor Lucas picked up on this earlier in the discussion. Financial sustainability doesn't just refer to the proposed ring-fenced model, it should refer to what we do in general. And the idea that we can spend the money that we've spent and then somehow miraculously become financially sustainable by 2028, I suggest you have a look at tomorrow's finance agenda and have a look at the debt graph and ask yourself, what are we going to do about the $1.6 billion debt cap that is already budgeted essentially to be breached by the time we get to 2028? So in terms of this particular proposal, I see it as being positive, given that it tells us we've got to be financially sustainable. And I think that the idea that it's possibly a favourable lending idea to have 500% being able to be debt funded is actually not favourable at all. It's asking for long-term trouble. The putting the regulatory standards up at a level where councils have to put themselves in permanent unsustainability in terms of debt, I think is a very unwise thing. It's not something we've had to do in the last 100 years. I don't see why it should be something that we have to do now. And if the government regulations seem to be pushing us in that direction, I think the only wise thing we can do as a council is drag the chain. Let them sort out Wellington and the other really big problems in other places. Wellington, for instance, where they have 60% of their tobies leaking. Let them sort that out first, and they should leave us alone because we already have spent far too much on the water system.
Councillor Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to the motion, which is in two cases noting and another confirming a timeline, I want to focus on one particular point, and that is in C, around discussion with mana whenua. And I want to reflect on the fact of where we've come from with the co-governance model to where we've landed. And that further discussion with mana whenua, I want to remind everyone, is going to be so important. It's going to be so important because of how important water is to mana whenua. But it's also around equity issues, and it strikes me as somewhat ironic that we sit here today talking about these matters, and we've had discussion during the community board session around a whole section of the population and a particular runanga Otago that doesn't have reticulation and the drinking water situation and sewage and so forth. And that equity or lack thereof affects the well-being of that community. And there's nothing in, when we get to choose a model, whatever model we choose, there's nothing in there for domestic self-suppliers, who are the group that we heard about this morning. And we need to remember our Māori strategic framework, Te Taki Hururu, when we go into those discussions with mana whenua and our mana-to-mana relationship, and to ensure that we have those discussions with that in mind. And I'm sure that the mana whenua reps on this committee will be able to speak much more articulately and eloquently on these matters than I can, but I don't want us to forget that as we proceed through this process.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I'll be happy to support this. I do believe that we do need to prepare a water service delivery plan, and that it, I agree with Councillor van der Vis that it's good that it would be financially sustainable, as well as I diverge from him on the belief that we shouldn't be upholding the relevant regulatory quality standards, or that they are set too high. I would far rather they be there than wind the clock back 100 years where we had rampant, as it was called, cases of typhoid fever, typhus, cholera, polio, dysentery and diarrhoea. I'd far rather have our standards set a little bit higher than that. Hence I'll be supporting it and hoping we can bring a plan together that suits what we need.
Mr. Hari.
Kia ora everyone. Just speaking to the motion up there, and particularly C, I think in the huge uncertainty that we've just heard today about what things are going to do, I think the more that we speak externally to other groups and other stakeholders, the more important it is going to be about our own learning. So for that reason and the other two, I'll support that motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I think the next, how many more months? Not quite 12 months. It's going to be very challenging, and I think it's we are very fortunate to have very good legal advice in house that have taken the time to to inform us to this position. And I think the advice is not to rush at speed, and definitely wait for the December legislation and see where we are is great to be able to have that advice. And also from Mr. Ward, I think we're very well served. But I do think it's going to be a complex issue, as you've stated. And I don't know at this point. I don't think there's any obvious pathway forward. I think it's going to be a lot of work to be done by all of us, and I'm very mindful of the work that's going to be required of staff to make sure that we're as well as informed as we can be, so that we're able to make the right decision for our community. And I think consultation with all our affected communities is going to be key. And we're probably, having gone to the LGNZ conference and hearing some colleagues, they were very jealous, I think is the right word, that we had not yet done our LTP, and I think that has been the right decision, especially in relation to the impact that Three Waters is going to have on us.
Any other speakers? Okay. My right of reply. I said earlier on that we got out ahead, and we did. We Councillor van der Vis is quite correct. We spent a lot more money than any other councillors. The fact of the matter is that we spent it actually before the inflationary hit us. And if we were now to spend that now, we'd probably be spending 30% more than we did to achieve the same outcomes. We do not have an option of dragging our feet with Te Mata Arawai, and I say this every time, and I look at CEO Graham and Mr. Ward, and in that legislation they are criminally responsible if they do not follow Te Mata Arawai's lead. So therefore, to have this keep coming back to the chamber, let's just ignore the law, is not good governance, in my opinion. And also, our underspending, I said, by the way, most councils rather than us when I said that we were underspending. If you think that we were doing a good job, go and have a look at the pump sitting on Bath Street that was recovering from a broken stormwater drain for the last 6 years because we had taken so long to get back there. And now we're in the ground fixing that stuff. I bring back the clarifier at the Green Island wastewater plant that fell off its spindle and broke while they were repairing the other one because no one had gone in to do repairs for 30 years. You get away with winding the system down for a while. A fair while, in fact, maybe even one generation, so you can get so used to it, you think it's normal. But eventually it catches you up, and it catches you up in a way that is so much more expensive than if you did it at the right time. I was sitting in Three Waters the other day talking about infrastructure constraint areas, and they were talking about infiltration and inundation, and I was saying, well, you know, that's only a weather event. Tell me, why are you saying that the current load is already there? And they were talking about the amount of clearance you have to have in a pipe under normal load, and we have whole sections around the city where that clearance isn't there. We're already sitting at near our capacity. So we have acted as a city that's not growing during the periods that we were growing slowly. We're now growing faster, and there's still a call to act like we're not growing. We have a huge amount, and we did it yesterday with the Development Contributions Workshop. We have a huge amount of growth to fund coming up, and most of it is in Three Waters. And when we talk about a relationship with Mana Whenua, I can tell you now, we've just talked about the extension of Three Waters further out the peninsula to Otako. We're also talking about new water plants for the North Coast, and Puketaraki's got a major input there into how those are going to be played out and what impact they're going to have on the environment. So we have got a lot coming up. In terms of certainty and our ability to respond to government, my feeling is if we just respond to what challenges in front of us, eventually whatever the government wants to do will sort itself out. And that was our approach with the previous government, and that led us into a better place because others sat there paralysed waiting for something to happen, and then it didn't happen, and then time had just passed. We have traditionally underspent in this area because it is the one place where you can promise no rates rises and get away with it for 3 to 6 years because no one noticed that pipe's about to fail. And on the other side of it, you get punished hard for fixing a pipe and putting it back in the ground that nobody can see. Because then they have to just believe you upgraded the system. So in many respects, it's a hard place to be in Three Waters. I think we're doing as best we can. I honestly also believe, and I've had discussions with Mr. Ward and others, that when it comes to the minimum size you're required to make the level of efficiency to be considered an efficient water unit, it's about 100,000 people. So we're about the right size. Christchurch is 3 of those units, Auckland's 10 of them. But you don't get any more efficiency getting any bigger, you just get bigger. So I don't think we need to go anywhere else other than do it ourselves. I think we've got ourselves well positioned. I'm really mostly concerned about what the Commerce Commission is going to be doing and why it's there, because at the moment we're already required under the Local Government Act to present a balanced budget, and when we do not present a balanced budget we have to report to the Auditor General as to why not, and that is entirely around us funding the operational costs of Three Waters as it meets the new regulations by Te Mata Arawai. My only real thing is that I would have liked us to brought that back into balance earlier, but we'll have to be back in balance anyway in the next 2 years, so it's sort of moot at this point. The way they are proposing it and the way we've done it in the past are so alike that I think we should be able to do it. And I like the fact that you have to set your water bill before you can decide what you want to tell your rates is going to be, and not the other way around where you've come in and promised a 4% rates rise without looking at the books, which is what often happens. So with that, I will put it. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now on to items for consideration by the Chair. We'll just go back over the ones that were in the minutes from the previous one. Shouldn't take. There's 3. What page are they on? (41). Okay. We discussed it at the start of the meeting, but right. So if you can just give a verbal update to each of those, please. You did at the start, but just to do it again, I just want to capture it. So to Councillor Wiley's.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we are considering drinking fountains. The most recent, or the current project is Bath Street, and we've planned at the stage for 2, and we'll bring that design back to you for noting at some point soon.
And then the one I put forward, I have confirmed with Ms. Benson that has in fact been put on the agenda for the Regional Transport Committee. And then the third one.
So there's the next one about the Caversham Tunnel utility. So we'll be adding that to the forward work program, but probably just providing updates in the activity report. And similarly, the Three Waters strategy will be added to the forward work program.
Thank you. Any other items for the chair this meeting? No, that's good. Then I'm going to move on to the next part, which is resolution to exclude the public. I move that the committee, pursuant to the provisions of Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act 87, exclude the public from the following part of the proceedings of this meeting for the reasons outlined in the agenda. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour? Carried. And we'll give the media, let's say we'll come back at 3:15 to start that while everybody gets the cameras.